In 1350, what we know as the idyllic French countryside was a living hell. For more than 15 years, the people had suffered at the hands of English invaders. Little did they know that this war would last for another 100 years. But through this crucible of fighting, famine, and plague, there would emerge the modern nation of France. England's King, Edward III, looked jealously across the English Channel. Wanting France for his own, he had added the fleur-de-lis, the symbol of France, to his own royal standard. This was an all-out declaration of war. And in 1337, he invaded. But France already had a king, Philip VI. As the English burned their way across the land, Philip's army and his legendary knights marched to meet them, and came face to face with the English longbow. A simple weapon, but the most devastating the knights had ever faced. The heroes of France fell to storms of English arrows. The war engulfed the French countryside. By 1351, the conflict was focused on Brittany. One fight stands out as a spectacular display of chivalry, and a symbol of the wider conflict between the two enemy nations. The Combat of the 30 is still commemorated here in Brittany. It was a dispute between two local families. Supported by the opposing sides in the war, the French and English commanders decided to settle it through a trial of knightly combat. Each side would choose 30 champions to fight on neutral ground. France prepared to defend itself against England's finest.
Okay, the Combat of the 30. You know what? I do like the fact that there is a documentary, because there's a lot of events you rarely learn about when it comes to history. Like when it comes to history, we all focus on like the big events, right? But it's these kind of details that make it interesting, and it showcases how gaming can really be an educational tool, among other things.
Intent on ending the suffering of the French peasantry, Sir Jean de Beaumanoir sent a challenge to the English commander. 30 champions on each side would compete in a tournament for final claim to Brittany. With the battleground of the Halfway Oak agreed upon, Sir Jean set out to gather support from local knights.
Okay. Let's do it. So
As a
he
knight
has...
himself, Sir Jean followed the strict rules of chivalry and was expected to protect the local peasantry and ensure peace.
Okay. Wolves. Ornu is calling. Okay, we got spearmen and healing.
Most medieval tournaments were friendly in nature, held for sport and glory, but the Combat of the 30 was arranged between opponents mired in war. English raids had torn through the countryside of Brittany and brought great hardship to the people. Sir Jean spotted an English raiding party attacking a nearby farmstead.
Well, that was weird. Because, like, I thought, okay, I'm just gonna... my army's gonna defeat them, let me just move on, right? But apparently you can't actually fail it. Well, that's a surprising turn of events. So, just go finish the job, right? Didn't expect that.
As a knight himself, Sir Jean followed the strict rules of chivalry and was expected to protect the local peasantry and ensure peace. Most medieval tournaments were friendly in nature, held for sport and glory, but the combat of the 30 was arranged between opponents mired in war. English raids had torn through the countryside of Brittany and brought great hardship to the people. Sir Jean spotted an English raiding party attacking a nearby farmstead.
Let's do it.
The French knights defeated the English raiders, and Sir Guy de Rochefort joined Sir Jean's party. Looking to secure his honor, a young knight held his ground on a bridge in Sir Jean's path. Honorably conceding defeat in the duel, Sir Yves Charel joined the cause. Sir Jean's search next brought him to Sir Geoffroy Dubois, whose squires were contending with a detachment of English longbowmen. The knights would use the great speed of their war horses to charge the archers and overwhelm them. The English longbowmen fell, but the French knights knew the enemy would attempt to retake the hilltop fortification and steeled themselves for further attacks.
Okay.
We gotta hold the outpost.
30 seconds. Gonna heal up. We're doing it. Seven seconds.
With Sir Geoffroy by his side, Sir Jean had secured the outpost.
Okay, moving on. Almost lost my knight there, but we're in good position. So let's fight then. Just gonna save.
Obéis à votre commandement.
Here we are.
Sir Jean entered the staging area for the tournament, where he prepared to choose which knights would join him in battle.
So there's spearmen.
Each knight would be accompanied by his squires, young nobles in training to become knights themselves.
So we get knights. Let's get men-at-arms.
Sir Jean had selected his champions. As the sun rose, the two sides entered the arena, ready for the first round of combat. The French were at a disadvantage following the first round, but they would use the break to strengthen their forces.
Am I at a disadvantage? Let's try again.
Refreshed and reinvigorated, the French knights returned to the arena for another round of combat.
Try again
The
then.
combat of the 30 was about to decide which nation would control the Duchy of Brittany.
Well, I actually ended up losing. Great. Maybe I do need that healing. I don't know. Or maybe I need to keep my distance so my infantry can actually charge, because yes, infantry charging is a thing. And also get my units that are wounded out. Like, it's basically about surviving that first round.
Sir Jean entered the staging area for the tournament, where he prepared to choose which knights would join him in battle. Each knight would be accompanied by his squires, young nobles in training to become knights themselves. Sir Jean had selected his champions. As the sun rose, the two sides entered the arena, ready for the first round of combat.
Je suis votre servante. Pour votre service.
With both sides bloodied and bruised, the fighters called for a break, allowing the champions respite to bandage their wounds. Refreshed and reinvigorated, the French knights returned to the arena for another round of combat. The combat of the 30 was about to decide which nation would control the Duchy of Brittany.
It wouldn't decide shit. Alright, let's do it.
Je vais vous obéir. Reste comme votre place. Si. Oh non, est d'obéir. Poisson vos commandements. Donnez-moi Kurtis. Si drei tous wollt mourir. Si comme was wollt. Si comme was wollt. Incontinent.
There we go.
Triumphant, Sir Jean de Beaumanoir and his loyal knights claimed victory. The combat of the 30 had decided control of Brittany in favor of the French. Little did the two sides know, this was just the beginning of a bitter war that would outlive them all. In the 100 Years' War, the English used a terror tactic, a raid through enemy territory, intended to intimidate and provoke the French into battle. It was called chevauchée. The principal weapon for chevauchée was fire. And one of the ways it was delivered was with incendiary arrows.
Challenge with incendiary arrows? Keeping them alight.
One type of incendiary arrow was fueled with gunpowder.
You've got charcoal, got sulfur, and we've got saltpeter. Saltpeter is the main ingredient. The more oxygen you put into it, the hotter it burns. Of course, when it's on an arrow, when it's being shot, you've got a turbocharged airstream.
The chemicals are bound together with brandy, left to dry, and poured into a linen bag. The extra long arrowhead is inserted into the bag and then tied off to secure it. It is then sealed by dipping it into boiling tree resin. This resin, which itself is highly flammable, provides a waterproof casing. It also shields the burning gunpowder, so the wind doesn't put it out in flight.
Now that looks deadly, and I really want to shoot it.
The art to shooting an incendiary arrow is timing. Too early, and it will go out. Too late, it will spit at you like a dragon.
That was just evil. That was great.
The word chevauchée means horse raid, and it was mobile light horsemen who spearheaded the attacks. They took gold and silver from the churches, valuables from wealthy citizens, and as much food and drink as they could find from anyone. A chevauchée was scorched earth warfare to create discontent amongst the enemy's subjects, perhaps even to get them to turn against their king. An army on campaign needed a decisive battle, and a chevauchée was intended to taunt the enemy to come out and fight. After victory at the Combat of the 30, the French faced devastating raids from England's Black Prince. But France's King John II was closing in. Jean finally caught the English near the city of Poitiers in September 1356. The French army outnumbered the English by thousands. King Jean himself joined the fight, but what seemed a certain victory for France soon turned into a nightmare. The English longbow devastated the mighty French army. An endless hail of arrows gutted the main French force. Then the English captured King Jean. The fight was over. The Battle of Poitiers was another catastrophic defeat for the French. The English had destroyed most of France's nobility in a single day. Now they turned their attention towards taking the French capital, Paris. The invaders marched unopposed towards Paris. The remains of some of the medieval walls of Paris still stand today. As the English army approached, the terrified locals sought shelter behind these defenses. Could France's capital withstand the full might of the Black Prince's army?
The English were coming for Paris. As Parisians took shelter behind the capital's walls, the French army prepared to defend the city. Only their determination and a few feet of stone stood between victory and defeat. We get to deal with the Black Prince, one of the finest military commanders in medieval history. This is gonna be a tricky one.
The English Black Prince had raided the French countryside without mercy. And now his army had come for the capital. With the English on their doorstep, it fell to the French army and the people of Paris to defend the walls of their proud city.
Alright, let's do our best. We're gonna need longbows. Well, longbows, archers.
Hoping to avoid open battle, the French began fortifying the city, manning the walls and calling every available soldier to his post.
Where's my town center? I'm gonna leave these guys.
As the French hastened their preparations, several detachments of English soldiers were spotted closing in on the city.
Attendez, déguer puissance, manance. Allons, manance. Je vous amène, manance.
Oh, me faut trahir.
Okay, do I have a market by any chance?
The English showed no mercy, burning their way to Paris via 3 routes, each of which was home to villages and farms that supplied the capital.
Allons, s'adresse tous. Si, les exploiteurs. Marche arrière, moi, tous.
Okay.
Lors devant nos salaires.
Aïe, mestière de moi. Aïe, lors devant nos salaires. Fouillère reste pas toute vie. Oyez les ordonnances. Besoin.
Oh, me faut trahir.
Manance, nos devant salaire. Bien. Bayez oil, si toast. Lors bâti, je sais tout.
Okay, we're gonna need various units. Okay, we got the villagers back. Gonna use the guild hall. Having to defend Paris from 3 angles is certainly not gonna be an easy affair.
Having struck out at the English front line, the French had slowed the enemy's advance.
Did we now? Okay. So now I need to hold the city.
Advertance tout le monde.
As the French continued to rally their army, the English took the last of the surrounding villages and had almost encircled Paris.
Bayet Suisan Quemin. Giovanni Basti. Oh, me fautrai. En besogne. Tostia Lores.
De vers où faut-il archir?
Bayet Moué besogne.
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Lors bâtis
Besogne à faire?
The real limiting factor in this particular mission will be food.
With the countryside in flames and the English at the city gates, the French armies steeled themselves for battle.
Lors bâtis s'estuit.
Now came the capital's true test. Would the mighty walls of Paris hold against a fearsome English siege?
I guess we're gonna find out.
À votre commandement.
The Parisian Guard raised the alarm as the English began their first assault on the city walls.
obéis au commandement.
Oi, Mestière de Moué.
Il n'y faut... Nous allons, chevolcheur. Compagnie Sultans Ascend DLC. Besoin à faire.
Archers, prenez vos armes.
Oh, me fautrai.
Die chevolcheurs sont prêts. Il n'y faut que la bus. Avance, à mon commandement.
Oyez les ordonnances.
Faites, j'ai besoin. Cette messe vos habillement, en belestière.
Veuillez-moi besoin.
Bayet suis envoyé.
Sur quoi me faut...
Giovanni.
Un besoin.
Besogne à faire.
Comme avant, à mon commandement. Sigretsway, Paul Compli, Sultans Ascend DLC. Chaskin send Sunday, come was blessed. Albelestway, à parler. Oyez bien, compagnon, nos allons. Cheval qui voyage de cesse. À Chesmes, votre
Oyez.
bien mais comme il vous plaise. Les chefs, Agnès Aviomore. Albelest, compagnon.
De Vergela. Archers.
Jetsmen.
Archers, je sais faire.
Les chevaux, compagnon. Boule d'avance, oui, après.
Archers. Le peur.
Chaskin, Elfouet.
Oyez les ordonnances. Giovanni Bastir. Veuillez-moi besoin.
Compagnon. Reste par à agir.
Okay.
Advertance, tout le monde. Veille à la mine. Bayet Moué besogne. Oi, Mestière de Moué. Giovanni.
RatEmperor. Archers, allons vraiment.
À Chesmes, votre...
Archers, obéis au commandement.
Oyez, marchiez arrière, Moué Trestos.
À Chesmes, Archers, ne demeurez point slat to coin.
The French army fought valiantly, repelling the first English attack.
Venez-vous.
Les chevolcheurs. On arrange pour l'avouer.
Allons, Archers.
Vaille itrèche sans nul reste. Oh, me fautrai.
Obeleste paré. Dictez-moi une Versailles.
Alors, ça le ferai-je.
Oyez ça, compagnon. Oralbant.
Venez-vous.
Nos Despartans, Briemant. Compagnie.
Okay.
Mon archir. Avance, dicte. Je vais de cette plupart.
Compagnon. Ben ici, laisse commandement. Ichéliken machine.
Advertance, tout le monde. Lors devant nos salaires. Si
Oyez, laisse. On va servir.
Accepte nos Despartans, Briemant. Je cherche. Embellestier. À pointe de basse.
Gonna get more units.
Advertance, tout le monde. Laissez-moi exploiter.
Vos commandements.
Oil, mestière de moi. Que faut-il donc besoigner? Baillet de moi besoin.
Presque si ici non. Je vais lui quoi? Dicte-moi. Ma besogne.
Bonne.
Okay, the army has surrounded the city. There is no escape.
Arbalestre, comme il vous plaît.
Messieurs des mouets.
Dicte-moi ma besogne.
Besoigne à faire.
Oh, me faut trahir.
Oyez, allons. Besoigne à faire. Oh, me faut trail. En besoin. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Baillet de moi besoigne. Oil, mestière oil. Mestière.
En besogne. Lors batige s'essuie.
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Besoigne à faire.
Baillez moi besoin.
Alright, here comes the main attack.
Archère, allons brillement.
Embellestier, à pointe de basse.
Manance, reprends ce temps.
Compagnon, restez.
On va se servir. Non, si le ferait comme toi.
Nos Despartans, Briemant.
Oil, mais tu y sommes quimine, en besogne. Que va-li bastir?
Baillet de moi besoigne.
Access mes vos embellestreuse.
Allouez, Rassou.
Cheval-cheur, dans un lance. Compagnon,
faut-il traire?
reste pas entier. Quoi faut-il faire?
Right.
En besoin.
Besoigne à faire? Tous de gars, Lauretz.
Jets mes vos habits.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Les chevaux s'y obéissent à votre commandement. Allons, à part main. Sivé. Compagnon, aux allons. Je gagne mon gage. Yenai.
Long?
Gonna get another castle, maybe?
Manance, reste pour la besoigne, Manance.
Vlad, avec ton snos sans la bouée. Embellestier, à pointe de basse.
Alors son fuit.
Oh, me faut trahir? Que faut-il donc besoigner? Tous de gars, Lauretz.
Il n'y faut nos allons, cheval-cheur. Bien, savette.
Oh, me faut trail.
Cheval-cheur, soyez prêts. Une tirade ennemie doit être meurtri. Avance! Une petite
Ici, laisse-moi.
Arbeltin comme un Chester. Ça puise, monsieur. Obé, je suis votre serveuse.
Although the walls of Paris had been breached, the French could still hold the city, so long as its mighty landmarks did not fall.
Votre courage, compagnon. Allons!
Laissez-moi exploiter.
Besoigne nos attaques, Manance.
Il tire d'emblée.
Que faut-il Madame, reste à eux. La exploit exploit.
Un pied dessus, un pied là. Et la fouet. Regarde,
Aufbelässt, accept.
Oh, jetzt, du.
Audite, maîtresse.
Oh yes, tout le monde.
Giovanni Basti.
Gentlemen, comme il vous plaît. Inquiète-toi, sortez quoi, Fisher. Adjust, je gagne mon gage. Surveille. Annonce, à part mail.
Manoué rassaille. Mestir des moins.
Oh, me faut trahir. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Oh, me
Un besoin. Leur spat.
Paillet du moins besoin.
Compagnon, c'est ici les commandements.
Attends, va servir. Attendez.
Aufbelässt, adjustment, surveille, aufbelässt, annonce, à part mail.
That's a lot.
Aufbelässt, à coin de cette base.
Attendez les commandements, Manos!
Voilà, ce souhait m'a besoin.
Adjustment, un des Spartans, vraiment.
Besoigne. Cives exploiteur.
Jetson, compagnon. Aufbelässt, Jetson,
Okay, I need anti-siege.
Faut-il donc besoigner? Giovanni Basti!
The French defense of their capital held firm, wearing down the English invaders one by one.
It's not gonna happen otherwise.
Oh, yes, les ordonnances. Giovanni Basti.
Un besoigne. Tous besoigne à faire. Advertance 12 monde. Besoigne à faire. Giovanni Basti.
Jetsmith, comme il vous plaît. Adjust, Alex. Punch de colle.
Manance. En France d'or. Dans va-t-il demeurer? Que faut-il donc besoigner?
The enemy grew ever more desperate as their ranks thinned and their hopes of victory faded.
Longtemps se va-t-il?
Oyez bien, oeil.
Okay, maybe one final assault wave. Or two.
Ça, compagnon. Je commande avant.
Longtemps bat-il demeurer?
They're the desperate ones? Oh gosh. That ain't good.
Oyez les ordonnances.
L'urgence de siège à 6.
Licenz compagnie.
Ultra Versailles.
Chacun et sa place. Compagnon, reste pour la besogne.
As long as one gate still stands,
Vives exploitières.
Paris will stand.
Commandements, Manance.
Et comprenne.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Ça est belle manœuvre.
Chasse rognette.
Auben, compagnon.
On voisette. Reste en jambe de siège.
Roger, si, comme le volet. J'obtiens belle. Advisez votre Versailles. Si, comme le volet. Oyez.
Okay, that was another assault wave. Let's see the final one.
En besoigne. Lors bâti, je s'estui. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Archer, apparmei.
Albelestier, acquainted bas.
Seconde, en chambre de siège.
Albelestier, si pour extrême. Albelestre, attaque, compagnon. Albelestier, acquainted bas.
En chambre, boss. Rien de
Chespes, boss, albelestre.
En chambre de siège. Si faut déguerpir.
Oh yeah,
The ruthless English army began burning the great Parisian landmarks. The French were running out of time to expel the enemy from their city.
Reste tout est assis. Si sera fait.
Sultans! À l'avant, votre service!
En chambre de siège. Si par ton snos.
Comme ça de fer.
Je suis votre serveur!
Oui, messieurs des mouettes.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Lors batterie de s'essuie. En chambre de siège. S'il faut déguerpir.
À Chespes, allons, à parmer.
Dites-moi mon Versailles.
Somme à l'arson, chevalière.
Right.
Obeleste paré.
16 belles manouères.
Reste tout.
Aïe, messieurs des mouets! Oui, oui, à parmer.
Baillette, ouais, besoin.
M besoigne.
It's over.
Autre Versailles.
Defeated and demoralized by the strength of the French defense, the Black Prince's army abandoned their siege of the capital. Paris celebrated victory, but this was not the last test the French would face in their struggle to win the war.
There was no easy way of holding them back, but at least they held one of the gates, though they didn't really do a concerted ram push on that one.
The battlefields of the 100 Years' War were full of danger. To defend against these weapons, a new type of armor was developed: plate armor.
Plate armor clad the knight in an articulating exoskeleton of hardened steel. A hard outer shell that still flexes and moves with the body.
It provided impressive protection and was an extraordinary technological achievement.
Now, one of the ways that armor gets its strength is through shape. Both of these pieces are made out the exact same thickness as steel, but I can show you there's one stronger than the other. Here's the one with no shape. You see it buckles immediately. If I swap it for one that's been forged to have strength and shape, you can see it's much stronger. It's going nowhere.
It wasn't just the shape that gave it strength. It was also how the metal was treated by the armorer.
Now, the benefits of using heat is it obviously makes the piece more plastic, more ductile, lets me shape it. But the fuel also adds layers of carbon into the outer surface. This helps me increase the hardness and strength of the material.
The art of the armorer was being able to judge the temperature of the metal by eye, managing the heat to create resilience in the metal. The combination of heat-treated metal and rigid shapes meant that armor didn't need to be so thick and heavy, making it much easier to fight in. But good quality plate armor did have its downside. It was very expensive.
Now, not everyone could afford full steel plate armor. For the common man, there is the brigandine. Now, these are made up of overlapping steel plates that are then riveted through a textile outer. This gives you a much bigger range of movement, but is limited and is not as strong as a full steel breastplate. That said, it is much cheaper and much easier to maintain.
At its best, the armored knight was invincible. But armor didn't just provide defense. It was also a weapon and an expression of a knight's power and prestige. Armor transformed its wearer into a work of art.
Well, that is certainly a perspective to have on that subject. Alright then. So, next up.
The walls of Paris held out against the English onslaught. England's King Edward and the Black Prince abandoned the siege. They marched towards Chartres to try their luck at conquering a less formidable target. But before they could attack, a violent storm hit the army. Killing 1,000 English soldiers in a tempest of hail and freezing winds. To Edward, this Black Monday disaster seemed like divine retribution. A sign that it was time to stop waging war and make peace with France's King Jean. But even as peace between kings was reached, the people of France were still living in bloodshed and turmoil. Between 1358 and 1370, France was in chaos. Peasant uprisings, rampaging bands of mercenaries, and civil war ravaged the country. Peasants rose in rebellion, killing their lords and wreaking havoc. Mercenary bands also roamed the land. Known as routiers, they had once been hired by the English to fight against the French, but were cut loose when peace was reached. They systematically ravaged and pillaged towns across France. And with King Jean prisoner in England, his son Charles the Dauphin faced homegrown attacks on his rule by powerful French lords, beset from all sides. The Dauphin's forces had to regain control over their own country.
Let's begin.
Having only recently been crowned King of France, Charles V dispatched his army to the French-held village of Évreux to forge order from chaos.
Easier said than done. Easier said than done.
From here, the army would move to extinguish three major threats. Bands of roving mercenaries harrying the countryside, a peasant uprising, and attacks from a rival for the French crown, Charles of Navarre. The French army would start by reclaiming the rebel-held villages of Cocherel, Jouy, and Croissy.
Escolte bene.
Cavalario in avant, cursores. Kitie cursores. Si. Curs commandes.
Escolte bene.
Cursores il che demandes? Ne lâchez caval.
Ecce mandement.
Quel labour, ici va tost.
Parade, porpido, si. Retourneau comme materia.
Son respect, orchestre.
Alright, there's not really a lot of gold in my vicinity.
Labour Spérance.
Labour Spérance.
As the French army struggled to regain control of the countryside, they were struck by a band of English routiers. These mercenaries had been cut loose by the English army and were plundering the countryside in order to make a living.
Hold on. Can't get a market. That's the problem.
The French forces eliminated the routier attack, but more were still raiding the countryside in search of provisions and riches. The routier demanded payment from the French, or they would continue their horrifying raids.
Escolte bene. de retournard.
Cavala, ne lâchez caval.
Equites. Ecce mandement.
Mandesqued.
Cos'è sera masso?
Parade pour venir.
Caval, à grand course.
Well, that's gonna be fun.
In avant, cursores. Comprendo.
There's some gold around here.
Ne lâchez caval. Respect.
But we are going to need to deal with the routiers.
Toutes audite. Labour. Si, comprendo.
Cursores. Kitie cursores. Perfecte.
Para tous et prompto.
Mandesqued. Vado laboura.
Qued me.
Labour Spérance.
Me plect. Labour y affect. Retourno con materia. Cose sera ma sonata. Si movenskito. Mandesqued vido aussi. Io ma sono la cose. Cose sera ma sonata.
Ah, est facile.
Tuts audite.
Dolme bien.
Escort, vamos vale tuts.
Tourma.
Parade pour venir. Quito.
Quemandes. Arco parade. Prompt. Si sommes. Cito. Lire pas.
Qued me.
Quemandes.
Or bace pove. Secund mandement.
Ecceliment.
Ecce. Movamos, vale tous. Escolte comme me. Yo masso.
Parade pour laborar.
Parade, corvée, ignorance. Io sono la cose. Esport! La Bourse-Pérance!
En Lina, Civolier!
Parathèse, servienne.
Est facile, Cavalier!
Parade pour la Monde squad? Monacial pour la materia. Et chez les mandements. Ascolte bene.
Bene.
Toutes auditées.
Ok.
Bon vamos, vale toutes.
Toutes auditées.
Audite.
Vitamus!
Allons-y.
Lanquier, parade.
Dolbace!
Parathèse, servientes. Arquière parade. Arco parade.
Orguitamus!
Speranza.
En quest...
Mandesqued. Cosa si ramassonata? Movo.
Parace, move!
Qued labour? Cito. Si, comprendo. Vado labura.
Bene, bene. Moment ici, arquière. Si. Ambula, parade, audience.
Okay, we're gonna need those villages. I can't withstand these attacks.
Parate. Venies, servientes. Monde squad. Tourma.
Escolte.
Toutes. Si, bene. Temps de retournar.
Toutes audite.
Comme me.
Me plec.
Retourno. Temps de retournar. Vado labura. Odi, in avance.
Course al comprendo.
Homme, ambulance. Hommes, préparat, venies, servientes.
Parade por camino. Monacial por la materia.
Parade, obedio.
Paces.
Parate, allons-y. Audite. Parate. Arco. Obedio. Omentino. Darker. Oye. Sie. Deuse. Vale, arque. Nintendo. Nintendo. Oye. Audience. Obedio. Bene, bene. Arquier. In avant. Ambula. Nintendo. Parate, arquier.
Labour Speranza.
Parade ambulance. Préparate. Veniez, serviente. Si. Fushito. Ambulance. Perfecte. Estlo azul. Si. Perfecte. En la barra. In ayuda. Préparate, arquier. Il avance, servientes.
In taking the village of Jouy, the French army was closer to stemming the peasant rebellion and regaining control. The central monastery town of Cocherel would continue to send out rebel attack parties to weaken the French army.
In avant, servientes. Obedio. Parade, tourma. Artiligan. Vale. Parade. Vale. Parate, arquière. Arquière. In avant. Ambula. Arquière.
Colonnes requiem.
Moment ici. Arquière, ambulance. Vale.
Ecce li mandano.
Parade pour la bourrade.
Io ma sono la cause. Quel labour? Reflect. Colonel Suncito! Quante squad? Io ma sono la cosa.
Preparate, fate, archière. Tourma, Odi, allons-y.
Okay. Well, time to save. Let's see what we can do.
Arco parade. Parade intendo. Quella parade por venir. Cos'è sarà massonata? Saghita in arco. Ecce demandes. Si parate. Ambulance. Tuts, movamos, vale tuts. Oh, mais venies, servientes. Oggetti in retourna. Après parade.
Parade pour la bourra.
Mande, sì, bene. Cos'è sarà massonata? Preparate, sì. Bene, bene. Oye, Nintendo. Audience. Oh, mais in avant, serviette. Moment, in avant, archière. Parade, Obedio. Obedio.
Tuts audite. Seco materia.
Saghita in arco.
ici!
Rompe. Archière parade. James de retournar. Quid me? Moment ici, archière. Parade, vade, archière. Bénéodité. In avant, servientes. Vale. Longues paratas. Saghita in arco.
Ecce liman.
Tuts, movamos, vale tuts.
Parade pour venir.
Moment ici, archière, audience.
Silito. Vido, sì. Momentskito. Sì, comando. Bien fait. Direfaccio. Inerens. Vado la bourra.
Nintendo. Ambula. Audience. Moment. Venies, serviente. Bene, bene. Preparate, archiuna. Tour perfecté. Parate, servientes. Parate, in avant. Bene, scolté. Demande. Allez. Parate. Bene, bene. La guita in arco. Parate. Donc, sigue-me. Parate, archière. In avant. In avant. Moment ici. Oye. Quid me? Laburo. Inhérence. Comme si sommes.
Escolte.
Comme me. Comme me. Vado labura. Archière, parate.
Parade pour la bourra.
Parate, archière. Parade, vade, archière. Préparate, archière. In avant. Oh. Parade, pour venir. Quel air si pois.
Okay, let's keep moving. We got the gold mine to capture. Before it's too late.
The village of Kwasi, rich in gold deposits, was a crucial town for the French to reclaim.
Parate, archière. Audience. Odi, obedio. Momente, ambula. In avant, archière. Sieste. In avant, archière. In ayuda. Obedio. Parapsto. Ambul, sin movement. Archière, stop. Vade, stop. In avant, archer, sin movement. Vade, archer, sin movement. Audience, stop. Archer, stop. Nintendo, sin movement. Voyez, stop. Obédio, sin movement. Parate, archer, bene, bene. Ici. Momentesi, allons-y. Momentesi, momentesi, archer, in avant.
Cavale Sivolet.
Prépara, bene, bene. Ambula.
Cursores par qui tiens cursor?
Toutes audite. Si, eccelimande Arats pour la bourra.
Quel y affect.
Obédio, ambula. Rats, Deus, parate, archer, in avant. Preparate, archer, in avant, archer.
Colonels di retourna. Vado la bourra.
The French army defeated the rebels at Croissy and took control of the gold-rich village.
Dams di retourna.
The central monastery town of Cocherel was still under the control of rebel peasants. The French army would have to take it before they could launch an assault on Charles of Navarre.
Parates, servientes.
All right then.
Quid labour? Tourna.
We're gonna need men at arms.
Toutes audite.
JKPrimative.
But first, let's deal with the routiers.
Audite. Moment, ambula. Moment, audite. Sin retourna. Sagita in arco. Parate, audience. Voyez. Parate. Moment, bene, bene. Preparate, archer.
Colonel, Bido, si.
Parate, archer. Nintendo. Moment, vade, archer.
Tots audit.
We really need the castle age.
Prépare, archer. In avant. Momente si est. Parate, si est.
Before we deal with anything.
Comme me.
Guarda capere. Parate, in avant, archer. Si est. Vade, archer.
Okay.
Prépare, archer. In avant. In ayuda. Parate, archer. In avant, archer. Audience. Vade, archer. Yente seguita. Deus, archer. In avant. Ambula. Bene, bene. In avant, archer. Vado, massona. Preparate, archer. El contra e contra me.
Yes, colonel. Colonel, Vaitis.
Parate, venies, servientes. Parate. Sagit, archer, ambulance. Parates, audit, obedio.
Escolte.
Bene, en lavara. Finit.
Sommes tutti instru.
Momente, ambula. Audience. Deus est. Vade, archer.
Barrier est prêt.
Veniez.
Parate. Ovidio! Bene, bene! Ambula! Ovidio! Oye! Moment! Ambula! Parate, archier! Nintendo! In avant, archier! Vade, archier! Archier! Oye! Archier! In avant! Parate, bene, bene! In avant, archier! In! Moment! Ovidio! Archier! Toutes se disent. Movamos, valez toutes. Parat. Ambula. Parate, archier. Sin retorna.
Okay, gonna need to get to advance.
Parat, in avant, archier.
What's the situation with Blacksmith? About a third of the rebels in the city are dead. Sadly, those are not gonna count. So tons of spearmen. And there's the kicker.
Serviente. Parate. Oledite. Sin retorna. Vade, archier. Moment desi, archier. Moment. Bene, bene. Nintendo. Parate, archier. Archier. In avant. Prépare. Ovidio. Moment! Parat! Oye! In avant, archier! Parate, archier! Archier, bene, bene! Demande! Prépare, archier! In avant! Moment ici, archier! Ambula! Archier! In avant!
Alright, about close to 2/3, or like 60% I'd say, of the guys here are dead. Just need numbers.
Ambula! Nintendo! Arco parade. Moment! Ambula! Pace! In avant! Servientes! Bene, bene! Nostraien!
Tuts audit. Yes, colonnes!
Parate, archier! Moment ici, archier!
Mandevans, colonnes! Vido aussi!
Prépare Obedio! Audience!
Sì, bene! Io ma sono la cose!
Parat! Sagitta in atto! Parate, archier! Moment ici, Ambula! In avant, archier! Vade, archier! Escolte bene!
Mandevans, colonnes!
Archier, Pierre, parate! Préparate, archier!
Escolte bene!
Lanchi, si, sito! Moment, vade, archier! Bene, si est! Audience! Reprenez! Moment ici, archier! Archier, in avant! Parats pour la bourrade.
French army took control of the rebel villages, and the peasant uprising was subdued. But to keep control over the region, they would need to defend its center of influence, the monastery at Cocherel. Northeast of Cocherel, Charles of Navarre's army had established a fortified camp. The King of Navarre sought to make himself ruler of France as well. He intended to press his claim by destroying the newly arrived royal forces.
Okay. I can pay that tribute.
Sur quoi me viens avance devant l'ennemi.
Longtemps battu.
Reste pour la besogne, besoigneur fait.
Oh yes, la marche derrière moi, reste tous.
Still no market.
Oyez les ordonnances. Giovanni Bastir.
Arch, on déguerpé, Archer. Archer, le ferais-je donc. Archer, demeurez, point flat to coin.
C'est des Amen.
Malin milice, on l'a voué.
Por lux dei viam mea mostendet.
Archer, allons priment.
Dixi obéisse à votre commandement. Ouais, sourd. On fait des commandements. À part
Une autre Versailles, un Jetsmet Voss.
dicte sud.
Lors bâti, je sais. Oh yes, laisse. Adver. Pour vous servir. Allez, jouez besoin. Je suis sans poignet. Oh, me faut trahir. Dosia Lauret.
Jetsmet Voss aviré. En l'espiègle. 20 000 vous plaît.
Oil, reste sans vouer. Chevalier Bastien.
Okay.
Oh, y'a de fun de tu par l'air, allons. Ah, Chessmet, Sultans. Le ferai donc.
Nos muets vots, compagnon.
Archer, demeurez, point.
Quay, Chiles ordonnances.
Mettons-nous à la voie. Bien.
Achète ça comme penbase. Alors, ça part main.
Oh, me faut trahir. Bonne presse, toujours le faire. Stick, comme le volet. Manuel Raspi.
In Chessmet.
Anons, reste à Euré.
Bonne besogne.
De votre plaisir.
Secours! Mederic! Gardez vos distress à l'ennemi! Je foule à vous! Jetsmet hiver! Ma besoin! Dictez-moi une Versailles!
Que faut y trèche sens nul à reste. Vaillez-moi besoin. Lors se bâtit, je sais tuer.
Jet Yenoi!
De votre plaisir.
Aubelestre! Un Jetsmet Voss!
Voyez, tous. Si vais exploiter. Lors se vance nos salaires. Ayez de job temper. Si est! Longtemps bâti.
Voyez bien, un coup de soir, sport des Guarbi!
Peichi. Allons-y!
Bien vos oreilles.
La menace, Archer! Obéir!
Respect.
Marchière mouette, restout.
Presque si le feu est en toast.
Cocherel's monastery came under attack. If it fell, the French would lose control over the region.
Allons, ça, restout.
Lancière plate.
Nos allots. Leis nos Despartans Bremen.
Oh, me foul cry.
À cette puer, à part main.
Pour vos servir. Lux Dei via mea mostratet.
Les Suisses envoient. Tous qui à l'oreille. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Besoin de nous attendre, manos.
Accept, compagnon. Nos allots. Oyez bien. Un coup de votre sanguine. Avance.
Longtemps va-t-il demeurer? Manance! Attendez les commandements! Manance!
Oyez ça, compagnon. Compagnon, nos Despartans Bremen.
Is there any gold?
Marchière en la voie.
Advertant, Ardu besoigne en grand.
Archers. Oyez,
Reste Suisse de vos servir. À part main.
Soyez de sa
Oyez,
sera fait.
Leis Weir.
oyez, tous là c'est moi exploit. Vecchière, mais rien.
Accept, Sivey, comme il vous plaise.
Probably should have sent the scouts there.
Accept, mes vos. Ici, laisse comme. Oyez bien, compagnon. Allons, ça part main. Obeleste par. Je gagne mon.
Okay, let me save. Chaos indeed.
Accept,
Reste pour la base si vais exploiteur. Lors bâti, je sais tu.
dictez-moi une Versailles.
oyez, très ordonnance.
Ne dépassons plus.
Compagnon, preste par à agir.
Oyez bien, compagnon. Allons, à part main.
The French discovered the Routier hidden camp and could put an end to the English raids if they could destroy the camp.
Compagnon. Allez. Point de col. Allons, Versailles.
Oyez, marche arrière, moi Trestos.
Pour vos servir.
Accept ça, compagnon. Accept mes vos. Sivey, obelestier. À pointier de face. Auber, compagnon. Nos allots. Auber, nos Despartans. Vraiment. Obelestier. Accept vos. Non déguerpissant. Accept nos Despartans. Vraiment. Alex. Punch de col. Jet mes vos.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Dictez une square. À part main. Accept, compagnon. Nos allots. Compagnon. Yenoi. Comme il vous plaise.
Archers. Oyez, commandement.
Obeleste, je gagne mon game. Obelestier. À pointier de passe. Jet ça, compagnon. En avant. Jet, allons. À part main. Laisse ça, compagnon.
Quoi faut-il faire?
Advertant, laissez-moi exploiter. Oyez, tous là. Oyez, lors de bonne salaire. Tous de Yolosapien.
Oui, à part main.
Quality, obéissez à votre commandement.
Oyez bien, compagnon. Un coup de près de poche pour déguerpir.
Alright, I'm gonna need a lot of spearmen to break through the... Yeah, this mission is crap because you face all of these attacks without no gold, so you have no upgrades. That's fun. And you also can't get into the castle age until you get the monastery, which is like painful. I mean, the easy thing obviously is to spam archers and spearmen, get the gold mine settlement. Once you get the gold mine settlement, you can pay the routiers. I think that's what happened historically speaking. Well, in the sense that he paid off the routiers, not anything else. The fuck? You know what?
La besoin Iniesta Vecino. Oh, il a pas mal.
Quoi faut-il faire?
En jet prêt, si oyez.
Oil, mestière de moi. Oh, me fautre. Oh, me fautre. Non, oh yes, tous le monde.
Advertance Osmond.
Vos Lionchen se retrainte.
Archer, ne demeurez point slat to koi.
Acest nos Despartans, vraiment.
Voyez les ordonnances. Oh, me faut trahir.
Lionchen Versailles. Je gagne mon gage. Recet vos, nos déguerpissos.
The French discovered the Routier hidden camp and could put an end to the English raids if they could destroy the camp.
What the fuck is this army? It's like the hordes of hell descends on you. Oh, son of a fucking night. Jesus. That's like, what the fuck is that? I hate that when developers do this shit. It's like cheap ass. And it's like something you find in, like, granted, there are plenty of games, various games, but it's like, oh yeah, let's throw 1,000.
Oui, à part main. Comme compagnon, nos des Spartans, voyez là.
Oye, devons nos salaires.
Mon arme est prête.
Besoin à faire?
Veille ça, compagnon. En attaque. Je vais Bastille.
Actendens commandement.
Attends, si, comme volette! Prête pour la besogne?
Jetsmes vos yenoi.
Vassaille donc.
Siveille.
Quoi faut-il faire?
Jetsmes, je gagne mon gage.
Sonne crèche de great enemies! Lancière en place!
Obeleste pareil. Obeleste pour le Jetsmes vos obelestre.
Quels sont vos convictions?
Limoton, c'est
Dicte-moi ma besoin.
Obelestier. À point de pièce basse.
Compagnon, venez-vous. Ici des Spartans.
Oyez les ordonnances.
Marchiez arrière moi, Trestuts.
Il nos Sus!
Advertance tout le monde. Lors bâti, je sais tout.
Le ferai-je donc?
Anas, reste à heureux.
Bien un pied ci, un pied là. Je n'en besoin,
Jetsmes vos habillement. Obeleste, Coustrets vos Argemis, Archie.
Archer.
Obelestre, à Jetsmes vos. À Jetsmes vos obelestres.
Manas!
Secours! Le petit affect!
Obelestre, compagnon. En rabot. Mais ici, laisse comme un coup près de vos pour déguardir.
Lors devance nos salaires.
L'ennemi nos archis! Comme il vous plaira!
Reste pour le siège.
Comme il vous plaît.
Oyez Slasgate, un jumper, quoi une folle.
Homme faut trail. Un besoin.
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Oyez les ordonnances.
Attendez les commandements, manans. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Oyez bien. What the contention press? Compagnon, Rechets vos. Nos déguarpissons.
Advertance tout le monde. Lors se bâtit, je s'estuie.
Oyez les ordonnances.
Lancière en place.
Jetsmes vos habillement. Obelestier. Obelestre. À jet. Annonce. À parler. À Jetsmes vos. Person James au prest.
Besoigné à faire? Oyez tout le monde.
Isporadier.
Obelestier. Ah ben ici, les... Annonce. À parler.
Oyez obéit au commandement.
C'est à votre ordonnance. Oui, ça, compagnon. En avant.
Lancière, un ordre!
Advertance tout le monde.
Si, vais-je faire! Balance,
Oyez mes comprens. Veille compagnon, non c'est prest frest guida. Nous
Compagnon.
Quels sont vos
Person James.
dicte-moi mon bersaille!
the French discovered the Routier hidden camp and could put an end to the English raids if they could destroy the camp.
Si, oye, comme il vous plaise. Vos engins sont prêts. Prêts de l'ennemi. Oye, oh, il apparaît. Cuida, nous ferons ça. Au Belestier, à point de Ketsvas. Veille les commandements. Compagnon, à coup de tête, votre oye, allons, ça permet. Besoin.
Tous de ya, Laurets.
Advertence, tous, à votre commandement.
À Chesmes, compagnon, nos allons. La besoin. Veille ici, les compagnons, nos allons. Compagnon, Alex, punch de colle. Oui, à barber. Sivé. Biennoy, à check biennoy. Sur quoi faut tout faire? Je gagne mon game. Comme il vous plaise. Oye, Anton, ce quoi?
J'y laisse ordonnance.
Jets vos habits. Ça, compagnon. Les engins se retraînent. Facteurs se retraînent tous en jet. Et ici, laisse commandement. Les Spartans, vraiment.
L'ancien, à votre ordonnance.
Comme compagnon. Engine, oh, il a parmé. Allons, à parmé.
L'ennemi m'a sorti.
Passe, oui. Un coup de près de votre chest, mais votre envelestreuse. Notre Spartans, oui. Envelesté. Compagnon. Compagnon. Reste pas. Envelestre. Oui. Vos engins facteurs se retrairent tous en jet. Et ici, laisse commandement. Un coup de compagnon. Comme votre engine. Les engins se retraînent. Facteurs se retrairent tous en jet. Un coup de jet. Bien noy. C'est l'ennemi m'a sorti. Envelesté. À point de pied de basse. Votre béco prête. Reste, les engins se retraînent. Reste pour le siège. Facteurs se retrairent tous engins. Chest, allons. Informé. Engine prête.
L'ancien, envoyé. Oui, congruent.
Albe, compagnon, aux allons. Votre béconfrère. Les motons cessent pas. Alta, compagnon. En random. Vos engins sont prêts.
With the Routier camp destroyed, mercenary attacks were no longer a threat.
À Chesmet, Sivey.
Okay, now for the final act.
Voyez, l'orce devance nos salaires. L'autre devance.
Comme paye, je gagne mon gage. Mais ici, laisse compagnon aux allons.
Advertance, tout le monde.
Jet, comme il vous plaît.
Quoi faut-il faire?
Nos Spartans, vraiment. Oyez de bien oeil.
Oyez, allons ça, Trestus. Oui, si veux exploiter. Marchiez arrière moi, Trestuts.
Compagnon,
Good luck dealing with the routiers.
Oralband, comme il vous plaise. Access Mesvos.
Audite, fratres. Si way, certes.
They ici les commandements. Access Mesvos.
Oyez les...
Oye, allons ça, Trestuts.
À coup Mesvos, bord des guerpilles.
Marchiez arrière.
Restez guerpissons, manants.
Quoi faut-il faire?
Oyez bien, compagnon. Compagnon, they ici les commandements.
Por vos servi. Lux Dei viam mea ostendet.
Access Mesvos. Allons, apparmei.
Limoton.
They ici, compagnon. Oralband. Access nos Despartans, Brieman.
Bien vos oi. Leur paye les cureurs. Dicte votre plaisir.
De vers Ulf au JKPrimative.
Oyez bien, compagnon. Nos allons.
Reste suisse de vos servi.
Liongen se retraîne.
Compagnon, nos Despartans, Brieman.
Bien vos oi.
Soyez Mesvos, compagnon.
Dicte si le ferait.
Faire une place.
Or le ferais.
Alright, things are finally looking up. Took a while.
Quoi faut-il faire?
Mon arc est preste. Preste portrait.
Reste suisse de vos servir. Nos soyons.
Quoi faut-il faire?
Attendez à votre ordonnance.
Let's go. Am I fully upgraded? I think I am.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Oh, this is the worst mission in the entire freaking game.
Besoigne nos attentes, manants. Dos dialore.
Donnez-moi vos advices.
Attendez.
Compagnon, nos volte
Mon arc est preste. Veichi les comme si oye.
Okay. That's captured.
Oui, me faut-il presque compagnon. Quam chevalier,
C'est exprès.
oh, il apparaît. Vos anguida, nous ferons. De reste certes.
Oyez les commandements.
Advance ensemble!
Attends.
Ça comme preste, pectus retraire tous en somme. Avant, mes seigneurs. Compagnon, apertisez votre courage. Compagnon.
Okay.
Mes compagnons, vos si. Alors, c'est le temps d'advancière. Oyez, oui. Chevalier continent. Nos brûlons, c'est le temps d'advancière, mes seigneurs.
Oyez les ordonnances.
Let's move.
Attendez les commandements. Je suis votre serveuse. Oyez, advançons, compagnon.
Angel, mais comprendre.
Reste incontinent.
Pushing up the hillside, the French discovered Charles of Navarre's camp. His front line had the high ground and was made up entirely of archers. The French would have to think carefully about how to approach the stronghold.
Costin se retrait. Chess, Alonso, à part main. Alex, West de col.
Archier Suisse! J'y veille, this is prepare.
I'm not interested in that.
Compagnon. Albert Ranchett's boss. Non te guarpissant. Chess, Alarson, gypsy comme vos vendreds. Oyez bien, compagnon. Je suis votre serveur. Chess, votre hiver. Albert à poitiers de basse. Chess, boss. Non te guarpissant. Soyez prêts, attendez, laisse. Chess, boss. Nous allons. Avertisez votre courage, compagnons! Reste tous s'express! Konda, je commande! Avant!
Manans, Manor vos servir. Jo Oyetz.
Adertan, seulement. Si, comme volets. Homme, Ader, pour vous servir.
Bonne besoin et je fais.
Anton Prest, à vos ordonnances. Retrayez vos à moi.
Tant va-t-il demeurer?
Le retrayez vos à moi. Wand, je commande. Avant.
Manuel.
Bayetz moué, bet.
Oyez tous le monde.
Et comprince.
Oyez, lors devant nos salaires. Bayez moi, que faut-il donc besoigner? Oil, mestir des...
Oil, mestière de moué.
En besoigne. Lors battige s'estuie.
Le hors votre service. Attendez, si comme vos voldrez. Soit avant, soit hors votre service.
Oyez, veille. Allons-y, à butinaire.
Si comme vos voldrez. Allons, l'analyse dans sa guerre. Sommes en ordonnance.
Ayez l'esprit. Attention.
L'heure est de besoin.
Oyez tous le monde. Tous de yalla, ouais. Oh, me pas trahir, besoin de faire.
En besoigne.
Acte incontinent.
Archers, les commandements viennent.
Tous sommes prêts. Chevalier, ça y est, vos armées. Nous allons. Attendez, votre service.
L'ancien si, on de la jet, mais vos souhaits, à part même. Comme il vous plaît, je gagne mon game. Un des Spartans, vraiment. Albert, compagnon. Alex, what a chest that's for you know. Compagnon, aux alances. Sivey, a chestmate was Albert at place, Sivey. Albert, un des Spartans, vraiment. Compagnon, a chestmate was. Comme Archer, si, comme le volet. Chestmate, chestmate, allons. Sivey. Albert Stockholm, avant.
Je gagne mon game. Yénoï. Oui, à parler. Arbalète. Oui, à parler. Arbalète, avant. Allô, Jetsman. Comme il vous plaît. Chessmet, Sivey. Arbalète, Ferret.
Allons, à vos ordonnances.
Arbalète, Costin, soit un sport dégoupé. Arbalète, on suis la manière. Arbalète, un coup de votre sagesse, un coup de votre sport dégoupé. Un chess-mess, boss. Et s'il laisse comme un, je gagne mon game. Un os vite, oui.
Avertan se demande.
Besoin à faire? Giovanni Bastir.
Oyez, allons, ça part même.
Comme à votre ordonnance.
Probably gonna have another final wave of the Horsemen of Hell. Those knights or something. Yep.
Base bien oeil. Oyez, je gagne mon gage. L'heure, je suis votre servant. Voyez, avertissez votre courage, compagnon. Attendez, les...
Courage, lance comme il vous plaira.
Un chessmess vos out. Arbalestier. Voyez, assaillez vos armées.
Compagnon, ayez bien cure.
Allons, l'ennemi de sa guerre.
Utilisez le marché.
Arbalestier, chessmess vos avirés. Arbalestier.
Archer, le
Arbalestier, oui, apparemment. Yénoï. Arbalestier, avant. Un chessmess, Sivey. Arbalestier, avant. Arbalestier, un chess, Arbalestier. À quoi que tu passes? Le psychome va se montrer. Je suis confident pour votre service. À la certesse. L'heure est de besoin. Avant.
Alright, we go.
Compagnon, Sivey. Soyez prêts pour votre service.
Here's running.
The French army had repelled Charles of Navarre, stemmed the revolt, and held back the raids of the Routiers. In the struggle for control over France's lands, the king still clung to power. A war horse was no ordinary horse. In battle, it was a knight's comrade in arms. By nature, horses are prey animals, but the war horse had to become a predator. They had to be aggressive and fearless, to charge enemy lines and to trample anyone in their way. To achieve this, they were specially bred and highly trained to fight. to lash out with their hooves on command. This meant war horses were expensive and so conveyed high status.
War horses were incredibly strong and powerful, but they were also vulnerable. This is a really big target, and it's much easier to shoot a horse than it is to hit its rider. So just as men wore armor, horses wore armor too.
A knight didn't ride his warhorse on the road to battle. It was far too valuable. Instead, they were led by the knight's groom. A knight would take multiple war horses on campaign, as he would need to change to a fresh horse several times during battle. Once geared up, the knight, his horse, and his weapons became a highly effective system.
The heavy cavalry lance had a small ring called a graper, and this locks into my arm, forming a hard linkage, so that the lance can't shoot backwards on impact.
The war saddle was also crucial. With its high back, it locked the rider to the horse.
This means with the graper and the saddle, horse, man, and weapon are all locked together to create one giant horse-powered projectile.
The main purpose of heavy cavalry was to charge straight into the enemy and smash through their lines. The impact charge crashed into an enemy with terrifying force. It required horses with exceptional courage and power. With rebels and raiders eliminated at Cocherel, King Charles V faced one last threat to France: the relentless English invaders. Word arrived that the English army was weak and scattered, divided by infighting. The king quickly directed his army to chase down the old enemy of France at Pont-Valin. The French town of Pont-Valin lay directly in the path of marauding English soldiers on the hunt for loot. The town's only hope of survival lay with the French forces camped nearby. The French quickly prepared to ambush the disorganized English raiders and defend Pont-Valin from ruin.
Okay then. Please tell me I have a gold mine. No, of course not.
A small bandit camp lurked in the valley. If the French could defeat these routiers, they could claim the supplies they had gathered. The main English army thundered into the valley. They paused to rest beyond the town before launching their raid.
There it is. I had enough of routiers.
Moment ambula.
Alright. Let me just restart. Try again. I just need the supply of gold. Not necessarily too much gold. But obviously a gold mine would be nice.
Mandements, colonnes.
Si, cavallo.
Colonnes, paretis.
Cavallo. Une grande course. Comprendo.
Colonnes. Parade.
Kedman.
A small bandit camp lurked in the valley. If the French could defeat these routiers, they could claim the supplies they had gathered.
Colonnes requient mandabido. Si.
Caval parat.
Colonnes. Sito.
La bourse perance. Vostre mandement.
The main English army thundered into the valley. They paused to rest beyond the town before launching their raid.
Siso.
Ordines.
Mandesqued. Audit audiet. Vostre mandement. Mercat fect. Parat venies, servientes. Omen, in avant, servientes. La bourse perance.
Si, par boulot. Oye, oye. Qued Mendes, cavallo ici.
Qued, mais.
Cum grande course. Ambulo.
Parat alanti. Qued me? Quemandes.
Qued d'abour?
Coursor. Oye, oye. Ambulo.
Audit. Allons, parat. In avant, parat. Ambulance.
Parat pour labourar. Vado labourar.
Toutes auditées. Vat audit. Venies, servientes.
Parat pour venir.
Parat ambulance. Omes, prépare venies, servientes.
Caval parat. Cavallo.
Audit, si est.
Si, cum grande course.
Parat, entendo.
Mandesqued.
Parates, servientes.
Coursor. Respect.
RatEmperor!
Les Sultans sont ici.
Tourma!
Caval pas. Si volé. Bene.
Omen, obédio. Arco, parat. Moment desi, archer. Bene, bene. Audite. Estro azul. In avant, servientes. Parate, archer. Oye.
Kedman. Cum grande course.
Ah, entendo.
Kedman.
Saquita in arco. Vale. Parat. L'anche soffruosa. Preparate, archer.
The first group of English raiders began their attacks on the outlying farms. After destroying the farms, they would attack the town of Pontvala.
Parate, ambulance.
Course. Ambulo. Veillance l'ennemi. Kedman Mendes. Cavallo ici.
Audience.
Si.
Escolte bene. Bene. Preparate, archer.
Course. Si volé. Comprendo.
Parate. Alanzi. Omen audience. Arco parat.
Espero tu mandament.
Parat in avant. Servientes. Momentesi archer. Obedio.
Au sibalier.
Bene scolte.
Equites.
Sagita in arco.
Caval est fect.
Vale. Archer parat.
Six hommes.
Parats pour la bourrard.
Menacé par nous!
Attention. Novos ordine. Est facile, cavalier.
Toutes audite.
Ecce mandement.
Olme bien. Si, comprendo.
Okay.
Orvitamus. Paratus et olme bien.
Parate.
Audite milipace. Move.
Let me sell some food.
Parat pour venir.
Ordine tenets. Orchestre. Secund mandement. Attention.
Bene audite.
Mandesqued.
Attention.
Entreprenez!
Orvitamus. Quel est facile, cavalier.
La bourse paiera.
Ordine.
Ordine tenets. Mauvais tourpes. Para et quest. Audite. Interférer à l'ennemi.
Parat archer.
Et secund mandement.
Parat.
Comme mondes. Secund mandement. Interférer à l'ennemi.
Quedme idosi.
Equites sunt palatos. Mauvais tour.
Comprendo.
Parat pour la bourrard.
Enici, comprendo. Sibalier.
Lanquier parat.
Ordine tenets. Attention. Nox.
Qued la bourre. Cito. Si, comprendo. Ecce li mandement.
Lanquier parat.
Mandesqued.
Course perfectée.
Vamos, vale tous! Io ma sono la cose!
More scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pontvalin.
Move.
Esco. Movamos, vale toutes. Esco. Dams de retournar. Si bene! Cito! Si, comprendo!
Movo! Cito! Parapido, si!
Mandements, colones!
Arrête parvenir!
Colones requiem!
Scol y affecte.
Espero tu mandement. Est facile, cavalier. Comme mondes.
Colones sunt ici!
Audite milites. Orchestre.
Okay.
Ordine tenets.
La bourse inhérence.
Secco materia.
Toutes auditées. Quedme.
Olme bien. Sibalier.
I can't really defeat that, I'm afraid.
Tourna.
Ecce. Movamos, vale tous! Cos'è sarà massonata?
Olme.
Ecce li mande.
Si, comprendo. Attention, novos ordines, equites in avant. Audite milites.
Long, veniez. Vale.
Ordine tenet, est facile, cavalier.
Pace.
Pace mauvais.
Kedman, oye, oye.
Tisomes.
Ordine tenet, comme mondes.
Parier. Lanquier, mecum.
Qued me?
Temps de retournar. Eccelim.
Retorno con materia.
Comme mondes.
Oh, Vicky. Parate. In avant, arquer. Momente si, arquer. Vale, arquer. Nintendo. Au medio. Allons-y.
Well, great. I'm gonna have to restart again. Just lost too many, and I need to get to castle as quickly as possible. Alright, then. So, I'll just wait until I can get a significant force to deal with the routiers. So I'm gonna need a lot of spearmen.
Sinnelleos.
Etch movamos.
Si, perfecté. Ambulo. Oye, oye. Certe.
A small bandit camp lurked in the valley. If the French could defeat these routiers, they could claim the supplies they had gathered.
Cursor, obé. Comprendo. Ben. Cum grand cour.
Tuts odite.
Odi, in avant. Servientes. Colones. Parade cette pompe.
Fine then.
Labour spérant.
The main English army thundered into the valley. They paused to rest beyond the town before launching their raid.
Vale. Parade venies, servientes.
Mandesquid. Labour.
Just gonna need those upgraded. We got early men-at-arms there.
Qued me?
Kedmandes. Respect.
Presente long comprendo. Ome obedio. Parate ambulance. Allons-y. Sagita in arco. Odite. Audience.
Cabal. Commandes. Sinnelleos.
Parate. Ambulance. En l'avant.
Si, sito. Les maisons sont ici. Commandes. Cavallo ici. Cum grande course. Sinnelleos.
Allez!
Quid labour.
Cursor, cavallo ici.
Parade bon.
Ascolte bene. Io sono la cose. Parade. Allons-y. Arrière parade. Homes, venies, servientes.
Rompene.
Scolte. Entendo. Arco parade.
Eccilimande.
Parate in avant, servientes.
Alright, that's the only bit of gold that I have there.
Allons-y.
Vale. Si. Respect.
Entendo. Ambulance. Parate, arquer. Sagitas bis Nintendo! Audience! In avant! Servientes!
Presente l'enquête!
Arquier! In avant! Beignet! Serviette! Moment! Arquier! In avant! Arc! Audience! Omes! Preparat! Bene! Bene! Che mandes?
Escolte bene. Seco materia. Mandes quid.
Odi! Ambulance!
The first group of English raiders began their attacks on the outlying farms. After destroying the farms, they would attack the town of Pontvalin.
Sieste! Preparate! Arquier!
Yeah, damn it. That's not gonna work. Well, that's gonna be freaking annoying. Need to keep a critical mass of spearmen alive, or else the knights, the first wave of knights, is just gonna steamroll me.
The French town of Pontvalin lay directly in the path.
Oh, mais bene!
Cavale, cum grande course.
Escolte bene. Mercat fect.
Quedement. Cavallo ici.
A small bandit camp lurked in the valley. If the French could defeat these routiers, they could claim the supplies they had gathered.
Vado laburar.
Cursor obéissance. Vado. Si. Oye, oye.
Quid labor?
The main English army thundered into the valley. They paused to rest beyond the town before launching their raid.
Si.
Odi!
Oh, l'enquier in movement.
Parats pour laboura. Ito!
Parat pour venir.
Benefect!
Cursor. Cavallo ici. Certe.
Mandevans, colones!
Parat! Ambulance!
Mandes quid?
Qued mandes? Perfecte.
Ordines!
Cavale parat.
Parat! Venies! Servientes!
Espérance.
Oh, mais in avant! Servientes! Arquier! Parat! Parat! Ambulance! Arco! Audience! Odite! Odite! Obedio! Omes! Preparate! In avant! Servientes!
Quid me?
Che mandes?
Qued mandes? Oye, oye.
Parates! Servientes! In ayuda!
Veillance l'ennemi. Cavale parat. Ambulo. Cum grande course.
Parats pour laborar.
Parat! Alonsi! Parate! Venies! Servientes! Oh, monsieur! Parat!
Cursor obéissance. Orchestre. Cavale parat.
Arco parat! Parate! Venies! Servientes!
Si. Ambulo.
Okay, so I'm gonna get the treasure with the scout. I'm gonna sacrifice the scout there.
Parats pour venir.
Or maybe... Yeah, let's increase the armor.
Course perfecte. Hommes, ambulance. Barat Nintendo.
The first group of English raiders began their attacks on the outlying farms. After destroying the farms, they would attack the town of Pontvala.
Barat, in avant, servientes. Odi, ambulance. Barrier et comprendo. Vade la Kers.
Alright, I got some time here. So I'm gonna save.
Parate. Bene, bene. Barat. Parate, in avant, servientes. Sacrita si est. Obedio. Obedio. Reparate, arquer. Deusei. Parate, arquer. Arquer. Reset, Venier. Parate, bene, bene.
Et ci comme me. Professeur Amassonat.
Moment. Oye. Audio. L'équipe Paratas. Nintendo. Donkey Parat.
Quid, me.
Toutes sont dictées.
Quid à vous?
Et chez les mandements. Donkey Parat. Vale.
Okay, I need to get to the next stage as quickly as possible.
Hommes, Nintendo.
Now this first attack should be easy enough to deal with.
Si comprendo. Ya fait.
Prompte.
Escolte bene.
Parat pour labora.
Mande Quito. Surmon chieder si pois. Come sono la cose?
Vale. La bourse Perrin.
Alright, first the attack wave.
Arquier Parat. Audit sieste. L'homme sigue-me. Parat audience. Allons-y.
There's no value there. Right, just wait.
Si sommes.
Parat Venies, servientes.
More scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pontvala.
Parate, arquer.
Escolte pido aussi.
Reparate, parates, obedio.
Toutes sont dictées.
Si intendo.
Cos'è sarà massonata? Eccelimandement.
Eccelimandement.
Parade, ambulance.
Escolte bene.
Toute solidité. Parade. La sexe moins exploité. Arrête tout le monde. Oh non.
Je suis votre serveuse.
Archers, veille venez-vous, et c'est des Spartans. De vers où faut-il archer?
Oyez tout le monde. Oui, là.
Adverte, marchiez arrière moi, très tous. Oui, là. Oyez, à votre commandement.
Je vous amène Mériès. Pouvons envoyer un mestier des
Vives exploitières. Lors devant nos salaires. Allons ça, très tous. Que vali bastir?
Oi, mestier de...
Oil, mestier de... N'ayez moi besoin. Oh, me faut trahir.
Oh, me faut trahir.
Veille, je gagne. Mon arc est prêt. Oyez tout le monde. L'homme bâti.
Comme paye si veille. Oyez bien.
L'ors, ouvrez. J'ouvre voie.
Compagnon, ayez sa tour de guerriers.
Ça. Autre Versailles. Attendons, je commande. Avant.
M besoigne. Advert, lors devant nos salaires. Avec quoi? Advertance de le monde. Secours!
Vayez, oi, citos. Si, comme volet.
L'entière est plate! Adjustment was over the front. Aye, laissez-moi! Oye, marchiez arrière moi, très tous. Oye, tout le monde.
Okay, one last raider group. That was the hard part, I would argue. Can't go Imperial, so this is it.
L'entière en place. Que faut-il donc besoigner? Lors bâti, je s'estuie. Oh, me faut trahir? Tous de ya laurets. Allons ça, très tous. Lors bâti, je s'estuie.
More scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pontvalin.
How many?
Avant, à mon commandement.
Oh shit.
J'ai besoin.
Adver, pour vous servir. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Besoigne à faire.
M besoigne. Besoigne à faire. Bonne besoigne, edge fait.
Vayez, moi, besoigne.
Archers, on dégoûte.
Oui, peignez avions moi, compagnon. Faites-moi, pro compagnon. Adjustments vos.
Soyez attentifs.
Peignez avions moi.
Okay, gonna use that arsenal to build up significant defenses. We need a legion of troops.
Reste paré.
Allons, Brest.
Compagnon, veniez avion moué, compagnon.
Bail suis envoyé. Los Batij, c'est...
Compagnon,
Nos avance comme...
ici laisse commandement.
Coué, Chile sort.
And she waiting.
Here come the legions of hell.
Comme il vous plaît. Envelestita, compagnon. Orambon. Allons, compagnon. Acces mesmos envelestros des Spartans. Prima. Ça, compagnon. Jets mesmos, jets vos. Nos equarpisos. Acustres vos angels. Avance. Allez. Wench de corps.
Manuel.
Allons.
Anat!
Lance d'avance, on me faut trahir.
Besoin à faire? Dose.
M besoin. Oil, mestier des mouets.
Acces mesmos envelestros. Je gagne mon game. Votre Yetz. Envelestre. Allons, à par main. Compagnon, aux allons. Chivali assaillants, vos armées. Nos allons.
Yetz, la fille.
I'm kind of in the position where
Avant, compagnon.
okay, just a couple of knights left.
Sans avertissement, votre courage. Oyez bien, compagnon. Ben ici, laisse commandement.
Assouvi. Belle.
Attendez, oyez avertissement, votre courage, compagnon.
Oyez la.
Advela cette moi exploité.
Cheval. Besoigne.
Baillez moi besoin.
Lors bâti, je s'estuie. Que faut-il donc besoigner? En besoigne. Tous te
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Oil, mestier des mouets. Edgefect.
Manuel assouvi. Longtemps va-t-il demeurer?
Oyez tout. Pour vous servir. Chevalier Bastille.
Accessi comme vos voldrez.
Les Springueils attendent vos ordonnances.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Dictez-moi une Versailles.
Un besoin. Oh, me faut trahir.
Alright, gonna need more food.
Mestier de mouet.
Oh, me faut trahir. Sur quoi me faut-il?
Alright, here I
The
come.
English army chose their moment and began to close in on Pontvala.
Soyez Brest, compagnon. Avertissez vos...
Attendez, voisins,
Ben ici, laisse commandement.
à seconde votre commandement. À par main. Bait oil, 6 sur affect.
Obélesque
Comparé. Béton sans voué. Oyens, les restent tous, allons. Aucun sport de beauté. Envoyez, arme au point.
Okay,
Bait, voisins, compagnons. Voisins.
this one's gonna take a bit of time. It's not really an upgraded army.
Arme des forêts et avant. Compagnons, envoyez.
Nous sommes à l'Arson, chevalier.
Oyens, les commandants. À par main. L'ancien.
Chevalier, avant, mes seigneurs.
Oye.
Oyez,
Régimendement.
Okay, it's probably better if I defeat the western side first and then focus on the central. And leave the northern one last. Because it seems like the western force is gonna come in through the same path as the central one. And besides, there's those structures and defenders in the center that should slow them down. They're not gonna win, but they will slow them down.
Attend. Où est-ce, compagnons? Où est-ce? Lancière and Vlad. Une bête à part Versailles. Oyez, reste tous à l'once.
Alright, so let's hurry.
Aucun sport de beauté.
Lancière, gardez vos.
Compagnie. Oi, si sera fait.
Oi, je gagne mon gage.
Archer, allons brillement.
Oyez, les commandes. Edway!
Reste en vostre service.
Attentis, armes des...
Sommes ridets en bande.
Archer, de demeurer, point de place tout corps. Archer, oyez, commandement. Archer, advisez vos Versailles, Archer.
Anton, vos attendez! Mec ton s'envoie.
Une autre Versailles. A chest mes vos out of this battle.
Une seconde, votre commandement.
Compagnon, ici les commandements.
Compagnon, mec ton s'envoie. Arme sort du fourreau. Attentis. Les springaies attendent vos ordonnances.
Quoi faut-il faire? L'heure vertisette.
Les springaies sont...
Bien là. Oh, petit peu. Un demi-smash. Il n'est pas rien par devant. Avance.
Reste. Voisez, compagnons. Voisez. Espringaies assises.
Chestmes vos avant au vestiaire. Chestmes vos en Siveille. Comme il vous plaît.
Anton, votre arme décorée et avant. Ayant chance de siège assis. On gagne pour le monter. Reste tous à l'eau.
Laisse pareil. Pex, j'obtiens plaisant du besoin. Je gagne mon game. Jetson, compagnon. Me mets à la bouée. C'est ce Jetson, compagnon. Les JKPrimative à votre appui. Siveille.
Or, à Pionjan.
Les chevaliers avions moins. Lancier. Il nous faut reste pour relève sur votre espèce. Jetson, compagnon. Jetson, annonce. À part main.
Les springaies attendent vos ordonnances.
Siveille. Mon arc est prêt. Comme il vous plaît. Oui, à part main. Arbalète, à Coustin Sponsangit. Avance.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Action de je commande. Compagnon. Je gagne mon gage.
Reste tout, est, Endway! Ensemble, votre Endway!
Je gagne mon gage. Jetsmes vos avis.
Compagnon! Lance sur
Arbalète, à Jetsmes vos. Arbalète, bien noy.
Well, I won. The upgrades pulled through. It was a bit of a closer call than I would have liked. There we go.
After a hard-won battle against a scattered enemy, the French succeeded in halting the English chevauchée at Pontvalin. The English army was not invincible. The French cause was not yet lost. With rebels and raiders eliminated,
The Black Dog of Brasiliande. His pragmatism, okay.
Longbows were powerful weapons, but keeping archers supplied with ammunition was a major undertaking.
This is a modern arrow. Small and lightweight. Pretty much what everyone shoots these days. Compared to this, medieval war arrow. Look at the size of this thing. It's a beast.
A medieval army might need more than 1 million war arrows on campaign, and each one had to be made by hand. It was a labor-intensive business, and the person who did it was called a fletcher. First, a log is split into square staves. Then the fletcher uses a plane to start roughing out the shape.
Ugh, how do I get it round?
Not only have you got to make it round, you've got to make it bobtailed. Look at that.
Bobtailed?
You see that's coming down thinner down that end? There's a natural taper coming down there to that end.
A plane with a curved blade is used to create the taper. This makes the arrow aerodynamic.
This is an incredibly painstaking process for one arrow.
Most of them are just for one shot as well.
Next, a slot is cut to receive a piece of horn. The horn reinforces the nock. That's the notch that fits the arrow to the bowstring. Without the horn insert, the power of a heavy warbow could split and shatter an arrow. Once the horn is in place, the nock is sawn and shaped. Then the fletcher has to attach the feathers to the shaft.
Now what you've got to do is you've got to get rid of the stiffness of the quill. You're going to work it down so it's nice and thin.
So this is dogfish skin?
Yeah, medieval sandpaper.
The feathers are glued in place and then secured with thread. The final process is to arm the arrow with its arrowhead. The person who makes these is called an arrowsmith. From a blank piece of iron, he starts with the part that fits over the arrow shaft. First he makes the bar flat, then uses a special former to create a socket. The final stage is to hammer out the shape of the head. Arrow stocks had to be prepared far in advance of a campaign. It was impossible to make them in sufficient numbers overnight. A medieval war arrow like this could only be shot from a big, exceptionally powerful bow. And it packed a mighty punch.
Now, believe it or not, what I just dealt with was the hard part of the campaign. There's two missions here, early on, or rather Patay and Formini, which don't even have you controlling a base. Normandy and Orléans do have you with a base. But yeah, that was the brutal part of the campaign. I think the French campaign is the most brutal campaign in the entire game. Like, you look at the number of units I was dealing in against the chevauchés or the routiers. That was that was pretty insane. And then it's like the sheer number of units here. It's gonna get better. But I'm gonna take a break. I think I need it. This is exhausting.
The French won an overwhelming victory at the Battle of Pont-Valin. It was the first time the English had been utterly defeated during the war. But the triumph was short-lived. As England spent the next 60 years amassing French territory through alliances and victories at great battles such as Agincourt. It seemed that nothing could stop England. Who then could have foreseen that a teenaged girl was about to change the course of history? In 1429, France was in dire straits. Nowhere was it more evident than the besieged city of Orléans. The city was completely surrounded by English-held forts. But just a few days' ride away, here in Chinon, there was potential help. The French royal prince, the Dauphin Charles, was holed up in his fortress and under pressure to ride out to save Orléans. As Charles hesitated, a young peasant girl arrived at his court. Her name was Jeanne d'Arc. She claimed to have received saintly visions, giving her a divine task to help Charles become king and drive the English out of France forever. Charles was skeptical, but was soon convinced of her divinity. And he charged this 17-year-old with the near impossible mission to liberate Orléans. To Jeanne, this was the first step in realizing her God-given destiny. In April 1429, she rode out from Chinon at the head of her army to confront the hated enemy of France.
Jeanne of Arc. A true hero, if there ever was one in history.
English strongholds, and with its last line of defense under attack, the city of Orléans grew ever more desperate. In France's darkest hour, 17-year-old Jeanne d'Arc arrived with the king's army to liberate a city and prevent the fall of a nation.
Let's do it. Do we have gold? Yes, we do have gold. Here's what I'm going to do. Maybe I should do this again.
The English had captured the vital fortification, known as Les Tourelles, on the south bank of the Loire.
Alright, we got 2 keeps.
Orléans would live or die on its access to supplies. Recapturing Les Tourelles would be key to saving the city.
So we gotta capture that fort. We're gonna go get him.
Je gagne mon gain.
Alors, avance. Oyez les ordonnances.
Comme un compagnon. Marchette derrière.
Okay.
Oh, me soixante quemine. Besoin si comme volets.
Un besoin.
Oh.
Compagnon, reste tous en bataille.
Tiens, au vestiaire. Allons.
Oil. Mestier vives exploitières.
All right, we are gonna need. Better knights.
Avance, au vestiaire.
Attends, manas, and come in. Giovanni bas.
Courez-vous, defect ça. Defect ça.
On va se servir.
Okay.
Vaillez-moi besoin.
Food is gonna be a concern.
Voisance, bien ordonnée. Oyez les commandements.
I'm gonna try and lift the siege.
Oyez les commandements. Je fais vos commandements. Soyez perfect. À leur sonne.
Yeah, that's not gonna work very well.
Yves donc. Giovanni Bastir.
Au vestiaire. Allons. Au vestiaire. Avance. Allons. Oui.
Commandement incontinent. Compagnon, si besoin.
Dictez vos commandements.
Jets Mets vos habillements.
Oyez les commandements.
Je gagne mon gage.
Restons votre service.
Obéir, cesse. Mon armée règne. Chevalier, princesse, le
Having suffered under the English siege for months, Orléans had sent for crucial supplies. But English patrols threatened their arrival at the city. If Orléans hoped to receive the supplies, the French would have to clear the road of English raiders.
Cesse le Sultans Ascend des seigneurs.
Oyez, marchiez derrière moi, très tous.
Les courez-vous à sa compagnon. Marchez derrière.
Sommes en ordonnant mon destrier remagne. Je suis votre serveuse.
Commandement incontinent. Compagnon.
Oyez, allons, ça part main.
Attendez les commandements, maintenant.
Au belestre. Chest bien oeil. Autre Versailles.
Pex. Avant. Stantananti. Devant ce rider. Compagnon. Marchez.
Nous sommes prêts.
Devant présence. Bien.
Au belestre, y va. Chest Mets vos habillements. Au belestier. Au belestre au col. Avant.
Je suis votre somme. Avant.
Au belestre. Chest Mets vos. Au belestre au col.
Soyez
Jet Mets. Au belestier. Un ennemi. Chest Mets, s'y va.
Dictateur. Courez-vous. Je fais vos commandements. C'est fait comme toi.
Mon nom est Dominique.
Chest Mets vos. Au belestre.
Ligue, j'ai besoin.
Chevalier.
Ligue, allons, je sors plus attendre.
Je fatigue.
En besoin.
Okay, so some lessons learned. I understand which direction I need to clear and which direction to ignore. I'm gonna need a bunch of longbowmen, and I'm gonna need to upgrade them as well. I can deal with the assaults just fine with John. But I'm gonna need to clear that road.
Voisance.
Besoin.
Oyez les hommes. Laissez-moi exploiter.
J'ai besoin.
Un besoin. Parmen vez astier.
Presto, cesse le temps d'avant-hier, mes seigneurs!
Oh, j'y s'en voué.
Les courses effectent ce sera.
Thomas en ordonnance!
Arbelestier! Arbelestre! Avant, Arbelestier! Arbelestier! Chessmes muss ouvrir! Apparemment!
Bayez-moi besoin.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Soyez Amoncri, avant.
The English had captured the vital fortification, known as Les Tourelles, on the south bank of the Loire. Orléans would live or die on its access to supplies. Recapturing Les Tourelles would be key to saving the city.
Lors bâtige s'essuie.
Que faut-il à votre commandement?
Oyez.
Chess, Arbelestier! Allons!
Oi, mestière de moi. Suis sans bruit.
En besoin.
Pex. Perfect. Alarson.
Avant, Arbelestier! Arbelestier! Si peuvent extraire! Arbelestier! Avant! Intelligent machine! Arbelestocol! Avant! Je gagne!
J'ai besoin.
Arbelestier! Allons!
Les coureurs sous cette selle. Perfect. Alarson. Coureurs, je fais votre...
Chessmes!
Obéis, on a... Oui, mais non! Chester!
Devers, c'est fait comme toi. Alain se sent plus attendre. C'est fait de... Ligue, c'est fait comme toi. Compagnon, marchez derrière. Amoncri, avance. Je fais votre commandement. Bien ordonné.
Chessmes muss Arbelestreuse!
Oyez, Alain se sent plus attendre.
Mon arc est presse.
Qu'il soigne glaçon! Arbelestreuse! Chessmes muss! Chessmes muss habillement! Arbelestier! Arbelestier! À pointier de basse! Civet!
Commande de compagnon. Marchette derrière. Test si pecte sera. Oyez, laisse commande je fais vos commandements.
Entière de
Commandement in continent. Compagnon.
Bayez oin. Sitos, reste pour faire.
Devers sous devant ce rida. Perfect Alarson.
Anos Nicolas! Chessmes muss! Arbelestocol! Avant!
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Soyez...
L'heure est...
Alain se sent plus attendre. Les coureurs compagnons. J'ai tous en bataille.
Soigne fait.
Mon arc est presse.
Soyez si fesses comme toi.
Alright, let's protect the supply lines.
J'ai besoin.
Oyez bien comme paysan!
Oh, j'y suis!
Los des Spartans!
Besoigner.
Oyez, laisse commande perfect. Alarson.
Besoigner. Bien.
Oyez, tout le monde.
Chessmes muss Arbelestreuse!
Quelle force! Si, comme Valette! J'exploite!
Arbelest pareil! Arbelestier! À pointier!
Commandement Amoncri. Avant.
Oh non, est d'obéir.
Pex. Vite. Je fais votre commandement.
Attendez, les commandements. Si vais exploiteurs.
Donnez-moi vos cerises.
Soyez express. Si facte sera!
Having suffered under the English siege for months, Orléans had sent for crucial supplies, but English patrols threatened their arrival at the city. If Orléans hoped to receive the supplies, the French would have to clear the road of English raiders.
Devers où faut-il archier? Oyez, le ferai-je donc? Obéir. Soin besoin.
Devers sous devant solidaire!
Dicte-moi, mon père compagnon. Ayez bien pur. On me faut trahir! Pour vous servir!
Les courriers!
Access Metzvos, compagnon.
The French eliminated the English raiders, granting the supply convoy safe passage into the city. Each time supplies approached Orléans, English raiders would return to guard the road, hoping to plunder the French goods.
Si fait comme doit être! Si facte sera!
Oh, me faut clair. Y vais donc.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
En besoin. Oil. Mestir des mouets.
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Lors petit.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Commandement in quand j'ai besoin!
Alright, the road is secure. We're gonna need siege to break through over there.
The supply convoy arrived in the city, providing the French army with much needed gold.
Oh. Can we go higher age? No.
Giovanni Bastien. Madame, reste à œuvrer. Madame, Obronston. Tous de Yalorem.
Oi, Mestier de mort va servir.
Soyez express. Faites les services. Anton, compagnon! J'ai besoin! Les courriers attendent les rendements! Cours pointant, bien ordonné! Les courriers Sultans Ascend!
À l'arson, chevalier! Donnez-moi!
Devers sous devant sur perfect! À l'arson! Compagnon, marchez derrière!
Compagnon?
Les courriers si facte sera!
Well, you little shit.
Devers à mon gris, avant!
Devers où faut-il archier?
Oyez les commandements!
Dicte-moi, mon père.
Sex, veici les commandements! Soyez allant de ce sens.
Oyez bien, compagnon. Comme il vous plaît.
Commandement si fait comme toi! Avant, gris, avant! Présence, bien ordonnée.
Resta, compagnon.
Commande présence, bien ordonnée.
Allons, à part.
Oyez compagnon, marchez derrière.
Mon
Compagnon, comme il vous plaît.
Les compagnons, marchez! Tournez où? Je fais votre commandement!
Alright, get that.
Les alliances se sont plus attendre! C'est fait comme...
Seeing another supply convoy approaching the city, English raiders took up position on the road. The French needed to eliminate the enemy detachment if they hoped to receive the supplies.
Liquidons! Bien ordonnés! Devers sous devant solidaire!
Besoin d'y faire?
J'ai besoin de fait. Alain se sent plus attendre. Défecte chemin. Hamon-Gris, avance. Alain se sent plus attendre. Hamon-Gris, avance. Soyez compagnons, marchez derrière. Courez au réflexe de la salle.
Votre jetzt pose à moi.
Courez au flex porter partir.
Advertance 12 monde.
Okay, that worked.
Bien ordonné. Je fais vos commandements.
À part d'œil.
Fex, Hamon-Gris.
Compagnon, j'ai ici les commandements.
Oyez tout le monde. Un besoin.
Fex, veille compagnon.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Alain se sent plus attendre.
Oyez bien, le gain est mon gain. Siveille.
Oil, vestiaire de mouet.
Merci, faites comme toi.
Or actendons ordonnance.
Jet mesvos habillement.
Les coureurs attendent les mains de main. Courez si besoin. Avance, ordonnance. Les coureurs sont d'éncel. Les coureurs sont d'éncel. Devers sous devant ce rideau.
Oyez tous le monde. La sexe moins exploité.
Accordé. Advertance.
Coureurs presse par rideau. Les coureurs attendent les mains de main.
Bayet Zoumou. 6 exploiteurs.
Attendez les commandements.
Les coureurs attendent les mains de main.
Access mesvos, compagnon.
J'ai besoin. Poison, bien ordonné.
Oh, me fautre.
Devers sous devant ce rideau.
Base compagnon, nos allons. Bien oeil. Alvelet, nos des Spartans, priman. Ça, compagnon.
Soyez express, présence. Bien ordonné.
Honor reste d'obéir.
Oyez,
Le soyez express.
Oyez les ordonnances. Un be...
oyez les commandements. C'est fait comme toi.
Oh, me fautre.
Besoin d'y faire? Ça est...
Besoin d'y faire?
Fex, j'ai besoin.
Alvelet, nos des Spartans, priman.
Soyez express. Compagnon, traite tous en bataille.
Alvelestier, appointez base.
Je veux Ivrail. Estir des mouets.
Alvelet, bien oeil. Access mesvos, Alvelestros.
Courez perfect de la salle. Ligue Hamon-Gris, avance. Je fais vos commandements. Dirigement et besoin. C'est fait de sera. Les coureurs attendent les mains de main. Les coureurs sont d'éncel.
Jet mesvos habillement, Alvelestier.
Coureurs transport.
Oh non, est d'obéir.
Devers sous devant ce rideau. Devers, je fais vos commandements.
Oil, mais...
Les coureurs faits à la sonne.
Attendez.
J'ai besoin.
Advertance 12 monde.
Honnête.
Un besoin. Tous. Oil, mestière.
Commandement incorsi fait de sera.
Okay, fall back.
Compagnon, j'ai vos ordres.
Commandement incontinent, compagnon. C'est fait comme Grace. Courez au Ralarteon et prête.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Un besoin.
It's gonna pay for itself.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Courez au prête, Fort Reader. J'ai besoin. C'est fait comme Grace.
Régiment de demande.
Perfect à l'arsenal.
Oh, me faut
Mon arc est prêt.
Soyez prêts. Perfect. À l'arsenal.
Right, time to...
Belle manouée.
Tex, je fais vos commandements. Présence, bien ordonnée.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Compagnon, annonce. À part main.
Tex, j'ai besoin.
Oyez bien.
Oyez les commandements. Si fait que sera. Je fais vos l'effect sera. À mon cri, avant.
Compagnon, comme il vous plaise. Arbalestre, à chest.
Can I upgrade it even further?
Besoigne à faire?
Ratchet, à tous, stress-vous. Portez partir. J'y vais, ne cesse plus pas.
Lionja.
Bah ici, comme volette. Je vais reparier ce manoué.
Oyez les ordres.
Oh, ici, comme volette. Je vous amène mes rien.
Oyez, oui, à part main.
Preste portrait.
Mais ici, laisse commandement. À chest,
Oyez, tout le monde. Dos dialores. Besoigne, allons, manance.
Compagnon, nos engines prest.
Alright, another supply convoy is arriving soon enough.
Manance, offre reste.
Commandement in compagnon. Marchette derrière.
Prest, bon, si pèse, vos une
Soyez prêts. Faites-il les services.
Yeah, screw it.
Texte, présence.
La compagnonne, nos volte trail.
Archers, prenez Archer en la voie.
Adverors devance nos salaires.
Sur quoi me faut-il frère? Au belestrière? À votre sort.
Oyez, allons ce sens plus attendre.
Besoin à faire? Ouais, y vais-je donc? Chevalier Bastien, Archers, voir à part. Maillez-moi besoin!
Oyez, les commandements. Allons ce sens plus attendre.
Archers, prenez vos arcs!
Dictez-moi une bersaille.
En besoigne. À votre commandement.
Archers, en besoin. Je vais rapparier ce manoir.
Attendre, annonce! Lance de vente solaire! Détour puissance, manance! Attendez, les copains. Bien me plaît, ça œuvrait une chance.
Soyez prêts. À mon cri, avant. Anton, compagnon!
Besoigne à faire? J'exploite les réparements!
À votre ordonnance.
On laisse les commandements. Aucun.
Les courriers de fête, votre commandement. C'est
Advertance te demande.
Les courez-où attaquent compagnon. Marchez derrière. Perfect. À la scène.
Oh yes, les ordres besoignés. Ça.
Les courez-où Sultans Ascend.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Good.
Alons, aparmei.
Eyetskur, Hawks.
Nos Despartans, Breyeman.
Oyets, tout. Marche arrière, moi, tres tous. Tous.
Commandement, compagnon. Marchez derrière. Puissance. Bien ordonné.
Notarchie.
Compagnie, reste tous à l'once. Aucun sport de beauté.
Ça est belle, Manuel.
Je gagne mon gage.
Oyets, les commandements.
Oyets, laisse commandement.
Mets ton son.
Sex si fait comme toi. Compagnon, marchez derrière. Allons, ce sens plus attendre.
Mechi mando.
Oyets.
Voisits, compagnons. Voisits. Esprangen.
Oyets, moi, à votre commande.
Courez-où très fort si fait comme toi.
Compagnon, nos Alons. Sive.
Oyets, les commandements. Oyez.
Comme si fait vos commandements.
Advertance, allons, ça tresse tous.
The main bridge leading to Orléans had been destroyed by the French to prevent an English onslaught.
De puissance.
Jeanne d'Arc had to find another way to cross to the south bank and make her assault on Les Tourelles. The French defended the heart of their stronghold against the English assault. If the keep at Orléans fell, so would the city.
Okay, so I need to send... I'll keep Jeanne d'Arc with her knights over here and send an infantry force to deal with the situation there. I'll also need to secure the bank there, get some villagers, get some barracks. That's probably gonna be the way to do it.
Oyets, laisse commande de présence. Bien ordonné. Allons, ce sens plus attendre.
Mechi mandement.
Aubelestier. Aubelestier.
Commandement.
Nos Despartans, Breyeman.
C'est Advanson, ce compagnon.
Oyets, si, belles exploitures. Tous,
Sex. Bechi. Amontri.
Attendez, seconde votre commandement.
Circos compagnon. Nos
Oyets, Veichi, commande ça, compagnon.
Soyez perfect.
All right.
Près du portrait.
Courez si fait comme toi.
advertance.
Oyets, voisits, compagnons.
Soyez prêts.
Oyets, les ordonnances.
Je laisse préparer. Presse par une sanglante.
Les courez compagnons. Reste tous en bataille. Les allons se sortent plus attendre. De j'ai besoin. Courez où, pointante. Bien ordonné.
Mais ici, laisse commandement.
Elle besoin.
Allons, presse.
Lors de Monsdorf à l'air. Je vous amène, mais rien.
Les courez où attendez les mains des mains. Devers ou devant solidaire, perfect de la salle. Les courez où sont
parti.
Grazie. Vecchi commandement.
Anton, compagnon. Mais ici, les...
Rejoignent nos découvres puissantes, manante.
Okay.
Les coups à fond. Ça commence.
Limon en chance en play. Or actendons ordo Angonel Sassis. Un par main.
Jetmes vos aviamen. Reste de l'ennemi.
Oyets les compagnons. Marchette derrière.
Oyets les hommes. Marchiez arrière moi, Trestuts.
Oyet, advance.
Oyets cure au commandement.
Advertence, tous.
Vos affecteurs.
L'ancien oui convoy.
Oyet bien. Allons, ça part main.
Courez, défecte sera.
Anjan vos attendez.
Chevalier.
Imon Oil.
Chevalier. Reste tous.
Les courez où, compagnons. Marchette derrière.
Oyez comme il vous plaît. Je gagne mon gage.
Wait.
Devers ou devant ce rider. Les courez où, Sultans. Je baisse vos commandements.
Reste tout est assis.
Donnez-moi vos appuis.
Pex présence.
Before I do anything else.
Or Anjan se meute.
Mon arc est prêt. Dicte-moi mon bersail. Advertence.
Oyetsi comme volette. Manance, preste à heurer. Ouida.
Dicte-moi mon bersail.
Attendez, j'ai besoin.
Okay.
Compagnons, marchette derrière.
We're gonna need to clear the bridge there.
JKPrimative. Mon arc est prêt. Prenez vos obéis au commandement.
Compagnon.
Compagnon. Ten stars. Nos de guerpissons.
Commandement incontinent.
Dicte-moi mon bersail.
Devers, John.
Compagnon à compagnon.
Courez où, reste, défecte comme.
Archers.
Les compagnons.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Advertence, tous monde.
Mettons s'envoyer.
Compagnon. Reste parati.
Archers. Prenez vos armes.
Anjan de siège attendez vos hommes.
Circuit de mace à la bouée.
Attends à par main.
Archers. Les
Reste compagnon.
Envoy. Arme au poing.
Prenez vos
Les defenses.
Archers, si.
Besoigneux fait. Oye marche arrière, moi, Trestos.
Dicte-moi vos commandements. Courez où, à l'Arcéan est prêt.
Votre bersail 16. Envolez. L'heure.
Courez où, reste fort, destin. À mon cri, avant.
Attendez.
Allons, ce sens plus attendre.
Manuel.
Compagnon.
Je fais vos commandements.
Oye, allons, ça Trestos.
Soyez présence, bien ordonnée.
Autre bersail. Oh non, je veux.
Compagnon. Chiez vos ordonnances.
Si besoin.
Oyet.
À mon cri, avant. Commandement incontinent. Allons, ce sens plus attendre.
Okay.
Advert. La 7 mois exploité. Chevalier Bastien.
Oyez,
1 minute.
Marchette derrière. Oyez, les commandements. Si pecte sera.
Là ici, nos des Spartans.
Pec serpecte à la sonne.
Veichi les Wida. Nous
Veichi Montemoy.
Soyez perfect. À la sonne. Courez où, reste fort.
Chess compagnon. Nos alors. Je vois. J'irai.
Devers ou devant ce rider.
Another convoy.
A chess bet votre yet vos avoués. On me laisse te parer. Les chevreuils se scoutent les coins vos avoués.
The French defended the heart of their stronghold against the English assault. If the keep at Orléans fell, so would the city.
Devers où faut-il archer?
Dicte d'emblée. 13 dans salon.
Commandement incontinent. Compagnon.
Commandement. Chevalier.
Oh yes, les ordonnances.
Il n'y faut...
Je suis votre serveuse.
Arbelestre,
Acesmetfos, nous allons.
inéviable, fratelli miei. Oh yes, tout le monde.
Advertance, tout le monde.
Oui, et mon destrier.
Bah yes, moi besoin.
Attenti. Aucun sport de beauté.
Oh, je fais vos commandements.
Christus,
Acus pret vos por de guardir.
soyez prêts. Pour votre service. Obéir.
Je veille.
Attendez. Incontinent. Donnez-moi. Si comme vos voldres.
Pex. Sus à la revue.
May et mon destrier sont prêts.
Vous douez, je risonne.
Jetmestre, un test parton, vraiment.
Reste. Voisez, compagnon. Voisez.
Les Kumeus sont des...
Dictez vos commandements.
Ensemble de ski.
Votre liaquette est envouée. Soyez prêts, Kurtis. Acesmetfos, compagnon. Avant, compagnon.
Courez-ou, presque forcés de partir.
Oyez les ordonnances.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army. The last obstacle to Les Tourelles fell to ruin.
Obelestre paré.
Oyez, les commandements.
Oyez tout le monde. Lors Batige s'estui. Oyez tout le monde. Advertance tout le monde. À votre
Commande compagnon. Marchette derrière. Allons ce sens.
Okay.
Acesmestre, oui, à barmer.
Soyez si besoin.
I'm gonna build so many rams that they won't be able to stop them.
Allons, s'adresse tous.
Okay.
Si comme vos voldres.
Oh yes, tout le monde.
Or actons ordonnance. Oyez.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Seignez avions moi, compagnon.
Givoueuse de Zester. Reste pour le Liogen se retrainte.
Le vers où faut-il?
Voyez apertisez votre courage, compagnon.
Oyez tout le monde. Pouvons savoir, mais oyez les ordonnances. Advertance.
Le je commande. Avant.
Vayez-moi besoin. Oyez Siveille.
Acesmetfos, compagnon. Certes.
Et Chimon de...
Que faut-il?
C'est le temps de frontière, mes seigneurs.
Comme il vous plaît.
Incontinent. Sommes en ordre pour votre service.
Soyez vraiment cri. Avant.
Advertance. Pour vos services.
Oyez les puissances. Bien ordonnées. Sus à la revue.
Embelestier. À point. Compagnon. Oui, à barmer.
À la sonne, chevalière.
Mon arc est prêt. Un coup stress de votre pied.
Les Kumeus ascendent les mains de mal.
Vayez-moi besoin.
Chevalière, je suis votre serveuse.
Avant, mes seigneurs. Si comme vos mondes.
The main bridge leading to Orléans had been destroyed by the French to prevent an English onslaught. Jeanne d'Arc had to find another way to cross to the south bank and make her assault on Les Tourelles.
Commande puissance. Bien ordonné.
Chevalier Anton, chevalier. Je suis votre serveuse.
Attendez, les
Jetsmets vos habillement. Jetsmets vos rest. Ridets en bon ordre.
L'ennemi nos archives!
Jetsmets vos marchis. Sommes en ordonnance.
Quels sont Anton?
Vectus retraite.
Veillez les commandements.
Oh, me fautra bien, wees. Oh, jetzt, tout le monde.
Soyez prêts.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans. With
I didn't even realize I still had these guys.
Laissez obéir à votre Christus apertisez votre courage, compagnon.
Pex allant ce sens plus.
L'heure est.
Compagnon, marchez derrière.
Angen, Brest.
Soyez, je suis votre serveuse. Attendez. Asseyez vos armées. Nous allons. Pour vos têtes,
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Commande à mon cri, avant.
Nous sommes en ordonnance.
Oh, jetzt, marchier hier, moi, trestos. Advert, laissez-moi exploiter.
Soyez si fesses comme toi.
Mais ici, laisse commandement. Comme pied nos archives.
Devers à mon cri, avant.
Je me fais comprendre. Angen, le feu est donc. Liboton, ça laisse reste.
Les courez-ou attripez.
S'il vous plaît.
Angen, j'en viens de faire. On découvre vite.
Reste pour le siège. Arbalète, terre, avant. Allons.
Les Tourelles was the linchpin in the English siege of Orléans, blocking the main supply route to the city. If Jeanne d'Arc could capture it, Orléans would finally be liberated.
Courez-ou reste fortiden.
À vos ordonnances. L'heure est incontinente.
Courez-ou présente. L'un
Vos objets sont acceptables.
Où doit être pour destrier. Courez de fête, votre commandement. De votre marchez derrière.
The king's army drove the hated enemy of France from Les Tourelles. With the main road to the city back in French hands, the English abandoned their long siege of Orléans. Celebrating a momentous victory at the head of the French army, Jeanne d'Arc would forever be remembered as the Maid of Orléans.
She turned the tide of a 6-month siege, was it, in a matter of days.
The French won an overwhelming victory at the Battle of Pontvalin. It was the first time the English had been utterly defeated during the war. But the triumph... A medieval army on the march was a city on the move. No expense was spared to keep knights and nobles in the lap of luxury.
Knights lived in luxurious tents called pavilions, which had all of their furnishing, proper chairs and tableware, real beds with fine linens, even wall hangings.
All this furniture had to be transported, and that's on top of what was needed for combat. Weapons and armor needed an army of artisans to maintain them.
The armorer's job on campaign was one of maintenance, constantly repairing, knocking out dents, simply changing straps, or replacing rivets that had broken. If you think of the knight as a race car driver, the armorer is his chief mechanic. Without him, he would not be able to function.
Also following an army was a band of opportunistic civilians, the camp followers, all vying to sell their services and goods to the soldiers. When on the march, most of the thousands of soldiers were mounted. Each knight would have at least 6 horses, all needing grooms, farriers, and fodder.
The royal household brought with them their clerks, their priests, essential for men who feared they might die in battle. And of course, their cooks.
The common soldier subsisted mainly on bread and a thick soup called pottage. It was an altogether different story for the knights.
A knight on campaign would expect the best food. So we have game, we have fine meats, we have fruit when it's in season, always cooked, because food is tied in with health as well. That's very important. And I'm just finishing off a dish here of spiced meatballs with a red wine and pine nut sauce.
French and English armies could be on campaign for months on end, maneuvering and skirmishing until they took to the field for a decisive battle.
I'd say one of the more impressive aspects about that was just moving the camp from one place to another. Like, the Romans could build a camp in like 5 hours. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. Anyway.
Jeanne d'Arc had liberated Orléans and put the English army to flight. However, as the English retreated, they became an obstacle for Charles the Dauphin. He needed a clear path from Chinon to Reims, where he would be crowned king. Nearing the town of Patay, the English sought to regroup. But Jeanne d'Arc and her French army were closing in.
Patay. Patay. I mean, ignoring the fact that in the aftermath of Orléans, Jeanne engaged in a series of her own sieges, driving out the English from fortified strongholds. And at Patay, she would annihilate the English army in open battle.
Fleeing the Loire Valley, the English were on the run. As they retreated northwards, a French vanguard was in close pursuit.
Okay then.
Avant, compagnon. Courez, courez, pleine course. Voyez, apertis. À l'arsenal.
Caught out of position, the French faced a surprise attack from the English rearguard.
Okay, I'm just gonna restart because I I obviously will win that, but I do want to keep my scouts alive, just for purposes of actually exploring the map, because it's going to be important in this mission. This mission is pretty easy, pretty simple compared to the nightmare you deal with in Orleans or even before that. This is a cakewalk. Actually, all the missions after this point, minus the final one to an extent, but all the missions are pretty easy.
Caught out of position, the French faced a surprise attack from the English rearguard. A detachment of English archers blocked the road with palings, an effective measure against cavalry. The French vanguard had to clear the road if they were to call in reinforcements.
Well, easy enough.
With the road cleared, the French army could safely bring in reinforcements from nearby allies.
Okay.
The French army paid their ally and received a detachment of reinforcements.
Here we go. There's some gold there. Let's move.
Hearing the rallying cry of the English coming from the village of St. Sigmund, the French were alerted to the enemy position. The French recaptured St. Sigmund and prepared to rendezvous with Jeanne d'Arc. But a large English detachment had set up a blockade. So long as that force was in place, the French vanguard could not reach Jeanne. The French army saw a chance to bolster their numbers and sent payment to their ally in return for reinforcements.
Well, that's quite a force. But it's not going to be necessarily too much of an issue.
Je gagne mon gage. Ça, compagnon, en rappel. Alors, à part main. Bien, je gagne mon gage. Oui, à part main. Compagnon,
Je suis votre serveuse. En avant, je avertissais votre courage, compagnon. Recueillez votre foi.
Oh non, je suis votre serveur. Kurtis. Obéir, c'est vertu.
With the English blockade destroyed, the French vanguard rejoiced at the arrival of Jeanne d'Arc and her troops. With their rearguard eliminated, the remaining English forces would now seek to escape the valley through the town of Patay. 3 enemy regiments were converging on the town along 3 main roads.
Okay. They're gonna try and escape, but we won't let them.
Jeanne had either to stop the regiments on the roads or race ahead to fortify Patay itself.
Okay.
Je prie vos obéis.
Devers Sifect sera.
Les Coréous présents viennent ordonner perfect de la scène.
Les coups Ridet Coréou. Sifes comme Doues. Alarson Coréou.
Attendez, les commandes.
Soyez express. Veichi compagnon. Marchez derrière. Pex. Veichi les commandements. Je fais vos commandements.
Coréou, prest port Rider. Resto sen labré, Coréou.
Alright, let's hold Patay. Patay.
Voyez apertisez votre courage, compagnon.
Alright, another regiment of French.
As the forces of the valiant Jeanne d'Arc entered the town, the people of Patay rallied to her cause.
Good.
Devers où devons
soyez
sur ma lance prest.
En besogne.
Sommes certes.
Les Coréou, Ridet Coréou.
Oyet j'ai besoin. Perfect de la scène.
Coréou, prest port perfect. Alarson.
Bayets mo itreich sans nul arrest.
Oh me fa au trail.
Soyez express. Veichi laisse Alain ce sens plus attendre. C'est à l'ennemi! Commandement in compagnon!
Bayez moi besoin. Que faut-il donc besoigner? Tous dialores.
Pex. Veichi les commandements. Alain ce sens plus attendre. Compagnon, marchez derrière. Les Coréous sont versés.
Où dois-je j'y besoin? Coréou, pleine course.
Achesmes vos obelistres.
Coréous, prête pour Rider.
Oh, me tire de moi.
Avant. Hey, seigneur.
Soyez présence. Bien ordonné.
Reste tous en la vraie.
Alright, that's the last regiment. Could use some infantry, actually. That's what I'm gonna get next.
Sending gold to their ally, the French army received fresh reinforcements.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Oh jetzt les commandements. Si fait que
I'm just gonna wait for the cooldown.
Ça est belle manouée.
Alright, they haven't crossed yet.
Soyez prêts. J'ai besoin.
Oh, me tire de moi.
Let's go charge them down.
C'est fait comme toi.
They got a lot of archers.
Commandement compagnon. Marchez.
Alright, we need to race them to that bridge. Cross the bridge first. Because if I have to fight that at choke point, it's gonna be a bloodbath.
Chevalier incontinent.
Soyez prêts. Avant.
Alarson, chevalier. Si comme vos votes.
Dites-moi si fait.
Sommes on.
Let's do a bit of a flanking attack.
Reste tous en la vraie. Courez-vous.
And get all types of reinforcements.
Commandement.
Sommes on. Avant. Seigneur. Oh non, est tombé. À tous faites 70. Reste tous sommes prêts.
That's it.
Dites-moi votre commandement.
Les coureurs sont Ascend.
Les effects de...
Adjustments must overlap.
Avant cri, avant.
After an intense pursuit and a hard-fought battle, the French crushed the remaining English army, thwarting their desperate retreat. Now the triumphant Jeanne d'Arc could safely lead Charles to Reims for his coronation as King of France. Medieval soldiers suffered brutal injuries in battle. Their chance of survival lay with barber surgeons. From cutting hair to removing limbs on the battlefield, the job of a barber surgeon was varied, and so were their tools.
600 years ago, surgery was very different from today, and this is some of the kit that the surgeons of then would be using. For example, amputations. This bit of kit was used to cut through the skin. Then you need to get through bone, and this is what they used. Believe it or not, this was used for neurosurgery. But what they didn't have at the time was anesthesia.
Despite carrying out major surgery, barber surgeons had no formal training.
What they learned on the job, and the place where they practiced the most was the battlefield.
This was also a time when new surgical techniques were developed, particularly when it came to saving the life of a future king. In 1403, 16-year-old Prince Henry was injured in the Battle of Shrewsbury while fighting rebels trying to overthrow his father, King Henry IV.
The arrow penetrated his right cheek and became lodged at the base of his skull. He was very lucky it didn't kill him instantly.
Prince Henry pulled the arrow from his face. The shaft came out, but the arrowhead remained lodged inside.
They needed to get that out before infection set in and killed him.
To the rescue, celebrated surgeon John Bradmore. Bradmore recorded what he did to save the prince's life, including a picture of the tool he made to extract the arrowhead.
And it works by ensuring that the tip is closed and then inserting it along the track caused by the arrowhead until it meets the arrowhead.
Then the screw is turned to expand the tip, locking it in place inside the arrowhead.
And then ever so slowly and gently, you extract, making sure that you don't lose it along the way. I'm amazed by the skill that would have been needed to do this successfully. Can you imagine how good that felt when that came out?
The young prince survived to become King Henry V, hero of Agincourt. But perhaps the real heroes of medieval medicine were the barber surgeons, who saved countless lives on the battlefield.
Okay. Well, Patay, it was a French victory and an English slaughter. Basically, the actual historical battle, the French vanguard charged directly into the English. With their full cavalry before the English had set up a strong defensive position, and so the English was more mowed down. The French were very fortunate to have discovered the English trying to set up an ambush.
The Battle of Patay was a disaster for the English. The French wiped out their bowmen and drove their forces from the Loire Valley. Now for Jeanne d'Arc and the Dauphin, the way to Reims was clear. The Maid of Orleans rode with the Dauphin through the streets and was at his side when he was finally crowned King Charles VII of France. But less than 2 years later, Jeanne was captured in battle, sold to the English, and put on trial for heresy. She spent 6 months locked in a dungeon, awaiting her fate. King Charles, who owed his crown to Jeanne, did nothing to help win her freedom. She was found guilty. On May 30th, 1431, Jeanne d'Arc was brought here, to the old market square in Rouen, where she was burned at the stake. She was 19 years old. But what the Maid of Orleans started could not be denied. Her victories were the first in a chain of successes for France's military. Liberty was within reach. Thanks to the leadership of two brothers, Jean and Gaspard Bureau, the French army became experts in the use of artillery, transforming it into a disciplined, modern fighting force. In 1448, King Charles was ready to make a major move against the English. He vowed to retake Normandy.
Liberty. That's putting it in an interesting fashion. When it was really just a dynastic dispute between two families who both had the claim to the throne. But okay, we'll go with it. Don't get me wrong, I admire Jeanne d'Arc. There's a lot to admire, and I think a lot of historians have neglected to properly honor her in a lot of ways. Partly because we follow the English-speaking history, and the English are sore losers, let's put it like that. And they love to write a lot about their own history.
King Charles VII's army would soon have access to the most advanced artillery in Europe, thanks to the master gunners, the Bureau brothers. While the brothers developed their weapons, the king laid plans for their use. He would bring Normandy back under French control.
All right.
The first phase of the king's plan would give the Bureau brothers time to perfect their cannons. He tasked his army with claiming a base of operations.
The Ascendant French. I think it was deliberate then. To make you feel the misery that the French probably did feel historically when fighting this war. We did.
With the town under French control, the Bureau brothers now had the use of the university and of their own siege workshop. Their next goal was to learn all they could about recent innovations in the mixing of the most potent gunpowder. While the army waited for their new weapons, they kept a watchful eye for any English attacks on the town.
Advertance tout le monde. Leurs batiges s'essuient. Longtemps va-t-il demeurer?
Okay, we need to research chemistry.
Oh, me faut trahir, suis sans vouer. Que faut-il donc besoigner? Besoigne à faire?
Ici les commandements. RatEmperor. Compagnon, nos allons. Je gagne mon gage.
Longtemps va-t-il demeurer?
RatEmperor.
Let them burn it. I don't really care too much.
A party of English soldiers approached the French base, intent on reclaiming the town.
They're gonna have to try a lot harder than that. Okay, we're gonna need castles. Do we have... I'm gonna send some explorers out there.
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Tous de Yalo. Oil. Mestier des mouets. En besoin. Tous de Yalo.
Oil. Mestier de mouet. Lorsque que faut-il donc besoigner?
Oh, me faut trahir?
Commande Givouez de Cester.
I need the target.
Manouir.
Quel est votre plaisir?
Oh.
Alors, ici, laisse commandement. Accessa, compagnon. Oh, enfin.
Laissons veiller par devant.
What?
Adverta marche arrière, mouet Trestos.
Nice wall.
Ça Trestos. Advertance, tout le monde. Lors devance nos salaires. Allons, ça Trestos. Oyez les ordonnances. Marche arrière, mouet Trestos. Van vos servir. Lors devance nos salaires. Allons, ça Trestos. Marche arrière, mouet Trestos.
This is gonna be annoying.
Oyez, oyez.
Cuida. Vespuir.
Prêt, portrait. Jets, en Belester. Avant, allons. Compagnon.
Besoin. Y vais donc. Tostia Lores. Giovanni Basti.
Bien oeil. Oui, à part mail. Je gagne mon gage. Avant au Belester. Belester. Jets, mais.
Besoigner. En besoin. Que valibas.
Access, je gagne mon gage. Access, Metzvos.
Oh, me fa. Placez-moi y exploiter. Fouillez, Matuto.
Okay, we're gonna need to get to the Imperial Age.
Compagnon, base compagnon, nos allons.
Guess I have all the other upgrades. Gonna need another gold mine.
Oyez, allons, ça part main. Compagnon,
à la sonne suisse. J'attends.
Reste vertu, quid ma fouet.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Mais Jared, incontinent.
oyez bien.
Costin.
Allons, ça, Trestos. En besoin. Lors bâti.
Commande Suisse, Narson, Erid.
Base, nos des Spartans.
Commande Suisse, Narson, Erid.
Besoin à faire. Advertance, tout le monde.
Advertance, tout le monde. Oui. Mestier des mouets. Lors bâti, s'essuie.
Commandement incontinent ex vos d'esprières.
Bonne besoin.
Bien inquiéti, inquiéta.
Okay.
Oyez les ordonnances.
Oyez les ordonnances.
Jets, allons, à part main.
Courez ça, avant.
Les chevaux cherchent une fraise.
Gonna get more monks.
Mais, et mon destri JKPrimative à vos aides.
Ou si fait que sort.
Oh jeez, that's a lot.
Vos commandements. Ébouise avant. Ébouise avant. Oui, l'ennemi! Dicte-moi vos commandements. J'acquiesce.
Embassy, come volets. Advertance tout le monde. Chevalier Bastille.
The brothers worked tirelessly to cast their gun barrels, but they still needed insight into the latest gunpowder chemistry.
Sur qui me faut-il traire? Voyez tous. Voici les commandements. J'attends ma besogne prochaine.
Gonna get that university.
Oyez tous, voici les commandements.
Reste tous, écoute les ordonnances. Je pars pour Gabriel. Advertance. Voici les commandements.
Okay, good. The mine is clear.
With the mine under French control, the Bureau brothers had access to an abundance of iron for their gun barrels.
Nous avons commandement. JQ.
Où dois-je descocher mon poisson?
Obéir est divine vertu.
Oh ça.
Assez fier de mon œuvre.
Paix, compagnon. Sois bien. L'air est de...
Les commandements.
Reste vite, sois posé.
Nous sommes crevés de trait.
Quel est ma besoin?
Baguez ici comme vous voulez.
Nous, 15.
Souda. Ici.
Oh, qui même aille après moi.
Prêt pour rider.
Où donc la gloire nous attend.
J'attends si fait, j'incontinent. Un hostel à Bastille.
Point, je me mets en avoué. Avec optimé. J'y vais.
Où donc, mon...
Je avant.
Soyez avance.
Les commandements vieux. L'ennemi sera vaincu, Iman.
Envoyez-moi à la bataille.
Treize-douze, adver... Will, j'y les va contraint.
Causez, j'y pourrai. Je fais comme il vous plaît.
Oyez bien, enjambons vers le meilleur support.
Souda. Ici, de... Arbalétrier, criez bas.
Frères sont vos moines. Frères,
Je fais votre commandement.
Un costière et pointoyer des ennemis!
Oui, bien compris.
Une œuvre bien assouvie.
Une œuvre bien assouvie. Maintenant, exploitons l'ouvrage. La bonne maîtrise de ce cas. Paix, compagnon.
Reste, si tel est votre bon plaisir.
Le champ n'attend point.
The Bureau brothers had successfully combined a powerful gunpowder recipe with sturdy cast iron gun barrels. At last, cannon production could begin. While the brothers turned out their cannons, culverins, and riboldequins, The French army would bolster themselves for the coming fight.
Allons bien en os.
Soudain, je fais votre commandement.
Oyez bien.
J'ai pourvoué tout à tir. Avant et sans mêlée.
Frères, frères, tantos nos faut-il advancer. J'enjambe l'avoué de vertu. L'avoué de vertu veuille suivre. Je m'inclinerai à votre...
Si, allons.
Si,
Point de doutance. Avant.
C'est vous l'ennemi!
J'attends ma besogne prochaine.
Trestos, adverse bien, Trestos avec moi.
Arbalète, j'ai pourvoué. Ça.
Voyons les commandes.
Prêt pour un pied. Avant. Je vais par-delà.
Où donc m'envoyez-vous?
Où? J'ai pourvoué tout à tir. Causez-vous. Ne clamez prêt pour faire les commandements. Paix, compagnons. Si les commandements.
Advise pour votre engin.
Paix, Soudard.
Paix. Suivez l'engin, Soudard.
Soudard.
Envoyez Soudard. Suivez l'artillerie.
Je vais où est doué.
Okay, we got the mine. Now I just need to upgrade everything.
Dicte-nous quelqu'un dicte. Nos ordonnances sont là, sus. Suivez l'engin. Avant, allons.
Need those scouts for line of sight purposes.
Advertance.
Voyez tous. Voici les commandements. Reste tous, écoute les ordonnances.
Fait pour aider.
Ainsi soit-il.
Je mâche mon frein de
Okay.
Où dois-je faire ce carré?
J'attends les codards.
Oyez tout. Adverse à vous. Oyez bien, bien, je le vais faire.
That's not good.
Allons, sans intermoyer, nous avons un port. Allez. Je prends cure de ce manoeuvre.
Reste tout. Bien, bien, je le vais faire.
Assez, suis fier de mon œuvre. Reste bien. Restos avec moi. Ce sera moult bien assou. Avez-vous commandement pour moi?
Une œuvre. Paix. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyez.
Oyez, veille.
Causez-vous. Oyez les commandements.
Alright, 2 cannons.
Envoyez.
Tous l'avoué de vertu veuille suivre.
Paix dans l'os. Veille. Allons à Montinal.
Soudard, nous avons...
So let's do it.
Point de repos pour les hardis.
J'ai bonne, mais j'attends vos advises.
Nous avons les commandements. Ainsi soit-il. Nos accomplis sont... Advise pour votre engin.
J'obéis.
Les engins de siège sont prêts. Nos armes...
Je fais comme il vous plaît.
Dites-nous ce que vous avez là-bas.
Les archers ennemis.
Procurez l'engin de siège. Advise pour votre engin.
Nos cabaretiers, il nous faut marcher. Meilleur s'en est-il quand il...
Ayez cure aux ordonnances, soudard. Dépêchez-moi à l'arme. J'attends les commandements. Trêve tout. Dites très bien, changeons d'acier. Dites que...
Ok.
sera fait.
Oyez bien, si allons point de douctance. Avant.
Arbalétrier, soyez avant. Rive de camp preste. Quel commandement? Advise pour votre engin. Nous déconfisons l'ennemi.
Qu'elles sont 13 points de douctance. Avant.
Prêt pour idée. Point de douctance. Avant. La victoire.
Maintenant, exploitons l'ouvrage. Ce sera moult bien assouvi, verrez.
Paix, allons à mon signal. À vos ordonnances. J'y besoigne à part main. Advise pour votre engin.
Soudain, ouais. Oui.
Obéir est divine vertu.
Les anciens ennemis s'appliquent notre bataille.
Advise pour votre engin.
Que soyez quand que vous voudrez.
Je m'inclinerai à votre plaisir.
Nous sommes crevés de trait.
Engin de suite à part main.
Je m'obstine.
Votre vouloir est de
After raising the river port, the French soldiers seized a stockpile of shipworthy timber, which could be used for superior cannon frames.
And now to establish a trade route.
Monstrez-moi une quintaine. Nos ordonnances sont là devant.
Let's see what this will take.
Mais bon pour la bataille. Soyez bien en ordre. Qui besoin? Nous avons envoyé soudard.
Fait dans l'œuf. En jambon.
Point de mini. Allons ça.
That is an unfortunate situation.
Qui sera fait?
Soyez prêts.
Teignez vos armes et en avouez. Oui, la par main.
Baillez votre commandement.
C'est un honneur.
Soudard, nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
des ennemis.
Nous sommes anciens de l'ennemi.
Soudard, nous avons nos commandements. Nous avons... Suivez l'engin, soudard. C'est quasi assouvi.
J'attends.
Votre prestige est bien clair. Saint soit-il. Nous attendons cet honneur.
J'attends. Si sera fait selon votre commandement.
Tout suit à votre gingembre l'avoué de vertu.
Paix. Ici les commandements. Mise pour votre engin. Oui, là par main.
At last, the French artillery weapons were ready for deployment. After years of preparation, the time had come for Charles VII to make his move. To take back Normandy, he would need to recapture the stronghold of Rouen, a critical fortress from which the English had been attacking Paris. Rouen walls would face an explosive trial against the mighty force of gunpowder.
Nous avons envoyé soudard. Suivez l'artillerie. Suivez l'engin. Paix. Ici les commandements. Tout est ordonné. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
Réveille, compagnon.
Avouez!
Le champ nous attend. Nous avons ainsi.
Assismez vos colobris!
Avant! Cul de...
Dick, nos mouvements, l'artillerie!
Juste notre cause.
Avez-vous commandement?
J'ai besoin.
Prêt, soude pour la bataille.
Engin de siège assis!
Je ferai
Je commande.
d'honnêtes commandements.
J'en ferai-je comme est advisé.
Nous avons... Suivez l'engin! Avant, allons!
With the skirmish won, trade could begin with the settlement.
Les hommes, suivez l'engin, Souda!
Tienez bien, faites-moi fiant!
Tout est ordonné! Avant!
Could then now.
Advise pour votre engin, c'est quasi assouvi! Nos ordres, sécurez l'engin, Souda! Nous avons nos commandes, suivez l'engin, Souda!
It's not yet over.
Tout est ordonné! Nous les allons foudroyer!
Où dois-je traire ce carrel?
Oh.
Votre vouloir guidera mon air. S'estui vais-je entreprendre. Tantôt vais-je l'entreprendre.
Wait, that's just... Yeah.
M'incline à votre plaisir.
Quels sont Will? Bien compris. Will, bien compris.
Fais ici, Will, à part main.
Well, that's the max population.
Nous allons avoir les commandements.
Souda, nous avons notre Souda. Envoyez, Souda. Suivez l'artillerie. Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Alright, let's go deal with Rouen.
Envoyez, Souda. Suivez l'artillerie.
Oyez bien.
Oui, bien compris. Nos ordonnances sont... Ainsi soit-il.
Je suis le prêt pour faire les commandements.
Here comes the French artillery.
Dicte-nos quelqu'un t'en abattre.
Puis-je rider? J'attends les commandements. Puis-je rider?
Souda, nous avons nos... Ainsi, suivez l'engin. Avant, allons.
Les traits de l'ennemi envahissent mon armoire.
Dicte-nos quelqu'un t'en abattre.
Arbachoy et je t'opère. Ce sera pour au moins un...
Advise pour votre engin. Ainsi sera fait. Dicte-nos quelqu'un t'en abattre. Oui. Advise pour votre engin.
Envoyez des ennemis! Allons bien en œuvre!
Nous arrivons.
Ainsi sera fait.
Okay, we're marching on the mighty walls of
The
Rouen.
brothers now had every available advantage in producing their guns.
Oyez bien! Ce sont les commandements. Advertance. Voici les commandements.
Nous avons engin de siège ainsi. Engin, c'est l'heure de trêve.
Prêt pour rider.
Advise pour votre engin. Angoisse, c'est dicte-nos quelqu'un t'en abattre. Suivez l'engin.
Prêt pour les commandements. Fiez-vous.
Victoire! Oui, là, par main. Advise, très bien. Changeons d'assiette. Ainsi sera fait. Nos accomplis, c'est quasi assouvi. Tout est ordonné. Ainsi soit-il.
Que sont les guneux?
Tout est ordonné. Les engins se meurent.
Ouvre-t-il pour vous tout être.
Engin, oui, là, par main. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Engin, c'est l'heure de trêve. Ils sont à...
More cannons incoming.
Les engins, ainsi sera fait.
Si, oui, à vos ordonnances.
À tout est engin de siège. Soyez-vous de cotillon. Nous les allons prêts.
Si le fait.
Quel triomphe! C'est quasi... Ils sont anéantis!
Soyez attentifs. Allons faire la bataille!
En avant! Assessmez vont pour la bataille!
More cannons incoming. Just let them deal with everything.
Quels sont... Oi, Girid, Wida.
Nous avons les commandes. Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances.
Un Costin, côtoyer des ennemis.
Merveilleuse victoire. Tout est ordonné. Ainsi sera fait. Nos ordres. Advise pour votre engin.
Nos cartes, je fais votre jouet. Oui, je l'entraîne tantôt.
Juste notre cause, chevalier.
Nos balles sont prêtes. Victoire! Les canons! Les engins de ciel avant! Défourrez vos
Let's advance.
L'ennemi nous a assis!
Les couches se font. Nos arbalètes ne sont
Engins de ciel!
The English build longbows. Takes generations to make a longbow force. The French respond to mass artillery. I'd say the French are the superior warfighters. Yeah, if only they could use those cannons properly at sea, that would be different, wouldn't it? Well, they did, but the English just were better sailors. Kind of makes sense, right?
The French army bore down on the formidable walls of Rouen, ready to launch their final assault on this key English stronghold.
Advise pour votre engin. Dicte-nous engin de les hommes. Ainsi soit-il. Dicte-nous quelqu'un là-bas.
L'ennemi nous hostile! Ayez avant! L'ennemi ne tue pas! Oui.
Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances. Tout est ordonné. Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances. Advise pour votre engin. Il travaille sur l'engin. C'est quasi assouvi. Dites, sommes envoyés. Advise. Nos mouvements, l'artillerie. C'est quasi assouvi. Dicte-nous quelqu'un t'en abattre. Advise pour votre engin. Dicte-nous quelqu'un t'en abattre. Ainsi soit-il. Nous avons nos accomplis. Advise, nos mouvements, l'artillerie. Ainsi soit-il. Alarme! Advise pour votre engin. Dicte-nous quelqu'un peine à battre. Nous déconfisons l'ennemi. Advise pour votre engin. Advise pour votre engin. Dicte-nous quelqu'un peine à battre. Advise, sommes envoyés. L'ennemi nous a encadrés de merci. Soudard, nous arbalétriers.
Rouen walls were breached. The French army had at last exposed the heart of the fortress. Having lost the walls of Rouen, the English made a last stand to hold the city. The French would need to destroy the buildings that had housed the English army and drive out the enemy for good.
Tout est ordonné. Ainsi sera fait. Engin de savant. Gardez vos espèces. En avant. Les engins, ainsi soit-il. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Ouvrez votre trait. Recostier, est-ce que vous voyez des ennemis? Dicte-nous. Très bien. Changeons d'assiette. Rive de camp. Tout est pris. La barbe. Advise pour votre engin. Advise. Engin de siège en branle. Engin de... Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances. Tout est sécuré l'engin de siège. Envoyez.
Fait, compagnon. Soudard. Faites ici. Faites comme il vous plaît.
Advise. Dicte-nous quelqu'un d'en abattre. C'est quasi assouvi. Dicte engin de siège en branle. Engin de siège, engin, c'est l'heure de trêve. Oui, la farmer. L'ennemi est escorté. Allons, les engins se meurent. Quantify votre trêve. Poisson d'or. Les engins de ainsi sera fait. Une merveilleuse victoire. Ils vont bâtir. Tout est ordonné.
With the English scattered and their buildings in ashes, the French had recaptured the critical fortress of Rouen. Charles VII had proven that France was no longer the underdog in the 100 Years' War. After decades of bloody dispute, Normandy was finally back in French hands. During the 14th century, the face of war in Europe changed forever. Thanks to a substance invented by the Chinese while searching for the elixir of life. Gunpowder. One of the first guns used on the battlefields of Europe was this, the bombard.
This is a large stone-throwing gun for moving big projectiles like this up and over and through castle walls.
Before the invention of the cannon, castle wall-busting projectiles had been thrown by trebuchets.
This is what took over from the trebuchet. Far easier to move from castle to castle.
Its design was simplicity itself, drawing on the skills of the barrel maker.
This has metal staves, lengthways, and then lots of hoops holding those staves under compression. So this is why we now call this the gun barrel as well.
The bombard was no more powerful than a trebuchet, but it did have a psychological impact on the enemy.
If we take it back several hundred years, and the loudest thing is a cockerel crowing or a brawl in the pub on a Saturday night, these things are horrendously frightening.
As metallurgy improved, barrels could be made longer, increasing accuracy and power. They progressed from taking down walls to taking out soldiers, replacing the bow and arrow.
A typical arrow would get stuck in this sort of material, where ball just goes straight through. So compared to a bow and arrow, this is far more deadly.
During the 100 Years' War, there was even a precursor to the machine gun, the Riboldequin.
She's got several barrels on her. This is the sort of gun that would have been very much against people being able to spread your shot out and hit large numbers of people in one go.
Gunpowder revolutionized warfare throughout the 100 Years' War, changing the way battles were fought forever. The Battle of Patay was a Thanks to the explosive force of cannon fire, the French were close to victory in this century-long war. But in a final grasp at power, the English dispatched a fresh army, equipped with their tried and tested longbows. Formigny would be a trial of old versus new, to determine the fate of France.
Then we shall have it. In the last gasps of the 100 Years' War, England clung to its territories in the north of France, sending a vast army to defend them. At Formigny, it would meet the force of France's momentum head-on. And they would lose.
English commander Sir Thomas Kyriel sent a large expedition to crush the French in Normandy. The village of Carentan was directly in their path.
Jeez. Okay.
Massively outnumbered, the French skirmishers near Carentan would give their lives to weaken the English.
How the fuck do you want me to weaken that?
Though they fought bravely, the French skirmishers could only slow the English advance.
There's 200 longbows. 7.
The main body of the French army finally arrived in the river valley. The French now needed to locate and destroy the English army. But they would face a well-entrenched enemy with several local garrisons.
Okay. So let's do it.
The French destroyed the garrison at Ridbeck.
Okay, next up. There's some gold I gathered. The vast horde approaches. I'm gonna need men-at-arms and knights. Or really horsemen.
En arçon, coustilier. Les coustiliers des deux. À l'arçon, nos coustiliers. En or, j'accordais ça.
Guerre d'esgate toutes les choses. Ne clamez pas, avancez.
Écoute, ainsi soit fait.
J'attends
And
les
hello, hello, hello.
Dépêchez-moi,
Soudain.
J'accordons les commandes. Je fais votre...
What I need are longbows, horsemen, and knights. Also men-at-arms would be useful.
Forestier, il nous faut marcher. Forestier, il nous faut marcher. Nos gardes, faites comme il vous plaît.
French forces found a detachment of the English army attacking the town of Ballon. If they could stop the attack, they might gain valuable resources.
Soyez assis, sous Forestier, il nous faut marcher.
Lanciers, tous avec moi.
Fais, compagnon. Si les
Soudain, évidemment, à part main.
Nos arbalètes, avisez votre capitaine et criez.
Lanciers envoyés vers le port. Ouais. Ma lance est vent. Très bien, j'y besoin. Très bien, à votre ordonnance. J'ajoute.
Je fais votre commandement.
Ainsi sera fait selon votre commandement.
With the English attack on Valognes halted, the citizens moved to support the French army.
Okay.
Je suis un coustilier en ordonnance. Nous allons.
Soudain, je fais comme il vous plaît. Soudain, ça. Guerre d'esgate les choses.
Nous actons. Piquez les deux.
Good then.
Causez-vous. Je vous déconspecte est bien clair.
Fait, compagnon. Je fais votre commandement.
À l'arcier, vos amoués.
Fait, j'ai pourvoué tout à tir.
Écoute, coustilier.
Fait, avant et sans mêler.
Nous en arçon, coustilier.
Fait, je fais comme il vous plaît.
Nous des coustiliers en ordonnance. Nous allons. Ainsi soit fait.
Soudain, j'ai pourvoué.
Yeah.
Causez-vous.
Je fais votre commandement.
Voilà, ces arbalètes sont à 16 mètres. Avant et sans mêler. Ça,
Nous avons vos amoués.
donc j'ai pourvoué.
À l'arcier, vos amoués.
J'ai pourvoué.
Les piquets des deux. En arçon, en arçon.
Soyez prêts. Tantos nos faut-il.
À l'arçon, on se reste dit.
Fait, ne clamez pas.
Alright, gonna get my healing done.
Soudain, fais ici de nos avant et sans mêler.
Avez-vous, j'attends les commandements. Que sont les commandements? Ouais-je ris. Une joyeuse coursée. Si sera fait selon votre commandement. J'irride un continent. J'irride à Barmain.
L'ennemi nous prend en catène. Fais comme j'aille et j'attendrai.
Que sont j'irride à Barmain?
J'aille et j'attendrai.
Les coustiliers des deux.
Arbalétrier.
Soyez ainsi sera fait. Presque s'estuie, vais-je entreprendre. Tantos vais-je l'entreprendre.
J'attends les commandements. Baillez votre commandement. Je suis preste.
Causez-vous.
Voyez bien, nous attendons vos...
Soyez...
Allons donc.
Fais, compagnon. J'ai pourvoué tout à tir.
Chaque coustilier.
Oh, ne me plaise, je vais l'arracher.
Votre reste
Je suis le chenille pour ce pèse.
À la chaud, Fustilier. Nous allons...
Arbalétrier, criez bas.
Non destruit.
Ne clamez pas, avancez.
Post-Reddit.
Ça y est, avançons. Arbalète, ne clamez pas.
Non piquez des deux. Ainsi soit fait.
Arbalétrier, criez bas.
Voilà, piquez des deux.
Aucun arbalétrier, ne restez pas insistant. Arbalétrier, avant. Épée.
Les coups subtils seront faits selon votre commandement.
Jacob, suivez le courroie, arbalétrier. Arbalétrier, avant. Épée. Arbalétrier, ne restez pas insistant. Je fais comme il vous plaît.
Nous allons
avant et sans mêler. Arbalétrier, pourquoi tout attire. Crayez-leur une... Je fais comme il vous plaît. Il aura bien moult. Allons, arbalétrier. Avant. Suivez le courroie, arbalétrier. Je fais votre commandement.
Protégez-vous, Samuel.
Les soldats sont prêts pour un pied.
Voyons, prêts.
Nos carrés sont prêts pour traire.
Ouais, je ridais, j'iride. Ainsi, les Fustiliers. J'attends enfin votre commandement. Ainsi soit fait. Nous attendons en avant. Reste tous en mesnée. Nous délaissons ces spulieux. L'ennemi nos assauts de longue traîne.
Okay.
Nous allons, ainsi sera fait selon votre commandement. Jacques Fustilier, nous allons. Piquez des deux.
Causez-vous ça.
À l'arche Fustilier, en ordonnance. Nous allons. Post-Reddit.
Soudain. Ça, nous entendons quoi. Si sera fait selon votre principe, j'attends le commandement.
À l'assaut, Post-Reddit est bien clair. Nous attendons.
Arbalétrier, allons, arbalétrier. Avant. Joyeux, je t'en prie.
À l'assaut, nous ainsi sera fait selon votre commandement.
Bonne chance, imprimé.
Ah, j'ai pour vous. S'il aura bien moult à crever. Fort
Les
bien.
coups en action, Fustilier.
Nos carrels sont prêts pour traire.
Les Fustiliers. En assaut, Fustilier.
Causez-vous. Oyez les commandements.
Okay, I could improve the melee armor of cavalry, also their charge damage.
Si les commandements.
Soyez prest, mes frères.
Soudain, je fais votre commandement.
Je fais votre commandement.
Let's keep moving.
C'est bien clair. Je fais comme il vous rêve. Avec ainsi soit faite. Prêt, je fais votre commandement.
À l'assaut, piquez des deux.
J'ai pour envoyer tout à fait.
Fustilier, nous allons.
Prêt pour faire les commandements.
J'attends les ordonnances et la gloire nous appartient.
Et vous piquez les deux. Les Fustiliers.
Forestier.
Nous en assaut, Fustilier.
Soudain. Guerre d'escalade.
Voilà, Fustilier, en ordonnance.
Soudain, forestier.
Alright, I think that should be most of what I can do here. But I could be wrong.
Avant et sans mêler.
It's a large army that I have.
Ne clamez pas, avancez.
En assaut.
Pity, it's mostly gonna be annihilated.
J'ai pourvoué.
Piquez des deux.
Soudain, je fais.
Voilà, si sera fait selon votre commandement. Fustilier, nous allons. Je fais votre commandement. Fiez-vous à moi.
The French forces located Kiriel's English army at a river crossing near the town of Formigny.
Obéir et s'essuie, vais-je entreprendre. Arbalétrier. Allons, arbalétrier. Avant. Je fais comme il vous plaît. Arbalétrier, avant. Épée. Suivez le courroie, arbalétrier. Je suis arrêté votre capitaine. J'ai pourvoué tout à tir. Je fais votre commandement. J'ai pourvoué tout à tir. Soyez prêts. Pas les crier.
Soudain, soyez prêts.
Arbalétrier, guerre désgâte les choses. Ceux qui à quoi ne clairez pas. Avance vos arbalètes de
Nous attendons les commandements. En arçon, Coustilier. Je suis ancien. Nous allons.
Several of the Bureau brothers' heavy guns and other forces arrived to help.
Et votre bon plaisir. En arçon, prêche pour les commandements.
Avançons, fratrie May.
All right. So what does he have? Need to form up.
En arçon, prêche pour les commandements. Défiez-vous, Samuel. Les coustiliers sont prêts. Ainsi soit fait. Votre édite est bien claire.
Obéir est divine vertu. Prest sont vos moines. Avançons, fratrie May.
Ben, compagnons, forestiers, il nous faut marcher. Causez-vous. Oyez les commandements. J'oeille et j'obtempère. Oui, c'est bon.
J'attends les ordonnances et la gloire.
Ne vous accordez point.
Nos destriers rongent leur frein. J'obéirai.
Nos carrels sont prêts pour traire.
Tout suit à votre plaisir.
Je vais rabouter cette plaie. J'attends les commandements.
Votre vouloir guidera mon air. Obéir est divine vertu. Tout suit à votre...
Nos destriers rongent leur frein.
Agrippez les forts. Nos carrels sont prêts. À mort et sans mêler. J'aille et j'obtempère.
Soyez avançons, fratrie May.
J'ai pour vous...
Soyez prest, mes frères.
Faites comme ça. Guerre désgâte les choses.
Ainsi soit fait.
Soudain.
Causez, j'ai pourvoué.
Aux coustiliers.
Presse, ne clamez pas, avancez. Je fais la
J'ai presse, presse. Tantos nos faut-il attendre.
En arçon, coustilier.
All right, is there anything around here? Maybe not. I guess I can check out.
En arçon, coustilier. Coustilier, en ordonnance. Nous allons.
Soudain. Forestier, il nous faut marcher.
Les coustiliers sont prêts. Ainsi soit fait. Je fais votre commandement. Piquez des deux. Coustilier, nous allons.
All right, so what do I do? Yeah, get the ranged armor. Let me try and win this without losing half my army, because
even with their cannons, the French faced the difficult task of engaging the well-positioned English army.
C'est l'heure de trêve. Engins de siège, c'est quasi la victoire. Ils sont anéantis. Les engins se... Les engins de ça, engins. En la volée. Ils vont pâtir de notre ligne. Ainsi soit-il. Les engins... Ainsi sera fait. Point de faille, c'est quasi assouvi.
all right. That's a good situation.
Tout est ainsi soit-il. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Ainsi sera fait. Ainsi sera fait. Tout est ordonné. Oui, là par main. Nous accomplissons vos
The French attacks
Oui, là, par main.
succeeded in drawing the English front line out of position and across the river.
Engin de siège assis. C'est quasi assouvi. Engin de siège. Ça. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Les engins se mettent. L'ennemi nous a encadrés. Engin de siège. Oui, la par main. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Avise pour votre engin. Dites bien. Changeons d'assiette. Nous déconfisons. Avise pour votre engin. À l'assaut. Avez-vous avise pour votre engin. Dites-nous ce quelqu'un fait là-bas. Avise pour votre engin. Dites-nous ce quelqu'un.
Suffering losses, the English front line retreated back across the river.
Engin de siège, ça faut aller.
Nous attendons les commandements. Les coups je fais votre commandement.
Engin de siège, ça engin. En la voie.
Alright, they're gonna fall back. But reinforcements have
The
arrived.
French received word that their Breton allies had arrived with their knights and horsemen. Now the two armies could coordinate.
They
The
still
Bretons saw an opportunity to attack the English from the back.
We'll take it. Just a matter of luring the English in. What is more valuable?
Tout est ordonné. Ainsi sera fait. Ainsi soit-il. Tout est ordonné. C'est quasi assouvi.
Les coustiliers sont prêts. Reste zoom pour la bataille. Envoyez vers nous accompagnez vos amoués. Ben, comme nous délégués, je fais comme il.
Les engins de ça.
As the Bretons attacked, the English had no choice but to pivot their front line, opening their flanks to attack from the French.
Nos engins.
Au destrier, aussi sera fait.
Engins de siège. Ainsi soit-il.
Nous attendons. Ainsi soit fait. Les soudards. C'est l'heure de départir, soudards.
Advise pour votre engin. Les engins de siège. Ils vont partir de notre ligne.
On va les crier. Les soudards qui écuvent.
Les engins de engins. C'est l'heure de trêve. Tout est ordonné. Oui, la par main. Ainsi soit.
Où donc nos points de...
Engins de siège. Assis. Refaire votre retrait. Ils vont partir.
Nos armes, ils vont envoyer tout à tir.
Tout est ordonné. Les engins se meurent. Ainsi soit-il.
Arbalète, suivez le pourvoir, arbalétrier.
Beset by the French and Bretons, the English beat a hasty retreat toward Formigny.
They will not make it.
The English survivors entered Formigny. The French would have to take this town to secure victory.
Soyez prêts.
Engins de siège. Ainsi soit-il.
Arbalétrier, pourvoyez.
Well, I sacrificed all of those knights for the for the sake of victory. Oh shit.
Ils vont bâtir de notre île. Refaire votre retrait. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Engins de siège, engins. Tout est en engins de siège, ça faut aller. Tout est en avant. Assistez bon pour la bataille. Les engins, oui, la par main. J'enseigne. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Ça, engins.
Je fais comme...
Les engins de siège, ça faut aller. Soudard, nous saignez vos armes. Tout est ordonné. Les engins se meuvent. C'est quasi assouvi.
Soyez prêts.
Nous les allons. Engins de siège assis. Oui, la partie. Tout est ordonné. Refaire votre retrait.
Nos carrels sont prêts. Restiez, il nous faut marcher. Nos arbalètes, je fais votre commandement.
Les engins de siège
it was over.
With the last English army destroyed and the gates of Formigny thrown open, the French force in Normandy was victorious. Their well-organized forces and superior firepower had brought the arduous 100 Years' War closer to its conclusion.
What, it's not over yet? Well, it wasn't. Gascony. Castilian. The end of the war. The French victory at Formigny had finally ousted the English from Normandy, but the English retained a foothold in Gascony, the city of Castilian. Charles VII once again employed his vast artillery forces and besieged the city. With some 300 cannons and handguns, his army was poised to end the war. Meanwhile, the English commander Castilian was under pressure to order a direct charge at the massing French forces. Against his better judgment, he succumbed to the goading and ordered the charge. His gamble ended in disaster. The English were met with an unrelenting barrage of French firepower, each cannon shot knocking down a dozen men. Reinforcements trickled in, but they too fell to the merciless onslaught. The 100 Years' War had come to a resounding end, and Charles could begin rebuilding his resilient nation.
Before the invention of printing in the 15th century, books were painstakingly copied by hand. The finest were illuminated with brilliant colors and real gold. Illuminated text wasn't just for show. Gilded illustrations decorated important passages to highlight their significance.
Gold was used in many medieval manuscripts from early days because it was very expensive and it indicated that the manuscript itself was valuable. The light would reflect from candles or from the sunlight, and so it looked as though the book itself was illuminated. In medieval manuscripts, it looks as though this is solid gold. In fact, it's not. The gold itself is tissue thin.
The solid appearance is achieved by laying the gold on a cushion of plaster mixed with glue, called gesso.
By raising the gold from the surface of the skin, that means that it catches the light even more.
The glue in the gesso is softened by breathing on it.
We then have 3 seconds to get the gold on, and I'm using a burnisher, which is a polished stone, just to make sure that the gold sticks. Then the burnisher is used to polish the gold up. See, it's coming up now. So it's coming nice and shiny.
Next, the miniature is painted.
The base color will be done first, then the tints and the shades will be added, and finally, the white highlights and the outline, which lifts it and brings the whole thing to life.
The medieval paint box contained pigments from across the world, such as ultramarine from Afghanistan and orpiment gathered from volcanic craters.
It often took a long time to complete these medieval miniatures. This one between a month and 6 weeks, from start to finish.
An entire book could take a team of illuminators several years to complete. Many medieval manuscripts still survive today, fully preserved, with their colors just as vivid as the day they were illustrated. At Formigny, The roar of cannon fire sounded the death knell for England's ambitions in France. King Charles and the Bureau brothers did not let up on the offensive, and in 1453, the English retreated across the Channel. France was finally at peace. More than 100 years had passed since the first English chevauchés had scorched the land. The iconic French knights who fought in those early days would not have recognized their own military a century later. The English longbow, once the scourge of France, was no match for French artillery in the last years of the war. And by 1453, France's border looked very different, growing to encompass territories once claimed by England and their allies. After enduring a century of conflict, France emerged as a transformed nation. The country and its people had persevered and unified into a kingdom that could defend itself. Against all odds, France had won the 100 Years' War.
Against all odds? I'd say it's against all odds that the English lasted as long as they did. I mean, Henry V almost won the war. Imagine if he had lived a couple of years. Ooh, that would have been game for France. And we wouldn't have French in this day and age. Wouldn't that be something? Alright. Well, that would be it. I still have the Mongols and the Rise of Moscow. Like, the order of the campaign is in such a way, but I personally believe that the best way to play these campaigns is Normans into French, because it just makes sense, you know, it's a follow-up, direct follow-up in a lot of ways, story-wise. Then Mongols into Moscow, because those two are connected, because, like, the Mongols rise up, destroy Kiev and Rus, and then you get the Rise of Moscow. Anyway, that would be about it for a moment. I'm not sure if I'm going to cover the Mongols or anything like that, but I'll decide later. Costin, signing out.